Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Wednesday, November the 22nd. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you can hear me. See my screen. Thank you, Kiri. All right, guys. Now, I will do one thing before I get going. Sometimes for some, the audio doesn't work that well. So just give me a moment. Okay, I'm back. Whoop, the screen sharing left. Oh, just give me a moment. Thank you, Les. Oh, should be okay now. Give it a moment, Roger. Okay. Okay, yeah, I just have to do something. It doesn't affect everybody. I just have to remember to do it. Okay, guys. So yeah, shot. The demise of shot is not quite yet, guys. I mean, shot is still alive and kicking. It's up 20% now. Of course, I had a big pullback from yesterday's highs. Got up to about 750, closed down here at 470, but it is not over yet. Now let's take a look at Nvidia. Nvidia, of course, was the big one. If you were hanging around to watch the earnings release on Nvidia, there was a big uh-oh moment. Look at this. They got all the way down to 467. That was a big red bar, and then it came right back up. And so now basically it's flat. I mean, it's up 0.61%, but that initial shock certainly alleviated completely. And now, so if you wanted to buy Nvidia now instead of buying NVDA, I know I say this but for those a lot, but in case you don't know, you can buy NVDL. Okay, a lot cheaper, of course. It's one and a half times. It's a one and a half times. So if you look at Nvidia right now, Nvidia the stock is not up 0.56%. It's up a little less than that, probably about 0.3%. Okay, so this is a one and a half times it. So what else is happening? GES, earnings play. So the gap looks like it was a real outlier. Yeah, the gap was an outlier because most of these retailers, these clothing retailers, did not have anything like the gap. So there's Guess, and Guess is right on that 200-day moving average, 2066. So it's right on it, sitting right on it now. And the VWAP is just a little bit below that. So I have to wait and see what happens. See if actually that 200-day moving average holds it. Meanwhile, we're in for a nice open, guys. Definitely a nice open. China aviation sector play. is an earnings play, guys. is an earnings play. DE is an earnings play. And that's an earnings play on the way down. That's a big gap down, pretty big gap down, 5.8% with that float. So that's a big gap down for John Deere. DLO is another earnings play. I actually checked. We had about 120 companies this week. Next week, we still have a few actually. We've got about 100 companies releasing earnings. Woo, well, you got a good one there, Lando, in our YouTube room with a shot. DLO is an earnings play also. DLO is an earnings play, gapping down on earnings. Where are these guys out of? Uruguay. Okay. Urban. URBN, Urban Outfitters. They are another earnings play that is gapped down. And Autodesk. This is a more expensive one. Another one that has gapped down on earnings. ADSK. ADSK. Another one gap down. A big gap down. Pretty big gap down. Another, 6%, 213 million in the float. That's a pretty big gap down through the 200-day moving average, ADSK now. Now this SPRC, I know somebody mentioned this one. I do have it on the list. I guess they're maybe going to be doing a merger. Announced it signed a non-binding letter of intent to merge with a vehicle importer company in Israel. Well, okay. So what are we doing here, guys? We're completely changing our our business. We're going from a cannabis company to a vehicle importer. Okay, thank you, William. All right, guys. I'm not seeing too much really, and I'm going to go and take a look to see what our upgrades and downgrades are this morning. I doubt we're going to have too many. Again, if you don't know, the market's closed tomorrow. Okay, the market is closed tomorrow, half day on Friday. The room will be open on Friday. I don't plan to do any pre-market work though, so I'll just kind of the room will be open. Either Chris or William will open it, and I will join in at some point. You just give me a moment, guys. You're just going to find some of these upgrades and downgrades this morning, and I don't anticipate having too many of them. Yeah, not too many at all. So I'm just going to get them in, see if there's anything potentially interesting. I saw Getty, GoDaddy. Daddy's got a price. Let me take a look at what the price is right now before I tell you what the upgrade price is. So GDDY, GoDaddy. Well, we got an upgrade by RBC to $124 from 90. They had an upgrade before, but they had a price target of 90 before, and now this is an all-time high. GoDaddy, all-time high. GoDaddy rises as RBC calls it a durably growing cash machine with a dash of AI. Okay, why not? I do apologize. I don't have the upgrades and downgrades in caps. I must have forgot to put my caps lock on. Okay. Well, GoDaddy. I mean, let's watch it. See if it. Not very much volume yet, but this is an all-time high for GDDY. You too, David. Appreciate that. All right, let me get some of these downgrades in now. I promise to put the caps lock on. GDC, I'm hearing, guys. So that's that crazy one. GDC, keep an eye on this one. I'm hearing it. Must be making a new pre-market high. Morgan Stanley's downgrading Pearl Space to $1.75 from 4. What a disaster this has been. Space. I think this was there's GDC now. I have an alert for GDC for some reason at 443. Must have created that. Okay. So that's yesterday's high. It's just taking out. Okay. Yeah, I saw that Altman back at OpenAI after basically the Palace Revolt. Everybody was going to quit, so he's back after 5 days. So here's GDC, guys. Let's see if there's any specific news for this. Probably not. Low float, 2.3 million in the float. GoDaddy really intrigues me. GDDY. What's the spread like right now? I don't want to take it right now, but actually pretty good. Only 7,000 shares are traded, but the spread is excellent. 94.95, 95.07 for that amount of shares being traded, and that price of the stock. It's only a 12-cent spread. Take a look at what China in general is doing. Okay, I see GDC is moving. I don't see too many other China stocks on the move. Let's take a look at KWeb to see what it's doing. Oh, there's wow, GDC now had another alert set for 478. For some reason, I don't really know why. Well, the next high, looking left, looks like 534. Yeah, looks like it's 534 on the weekly chart anyway for GDC. And we're not saying it's going to get there, but it definitely has a little bit of room still. It's, all right. Well, yesterday it's broke 5 days, 5 winning days, I guess, or 4 or 5 winning days. The streak was over yesterday. And we're going to resume it today, though, in terms of the overall market. Let's take a look at the major sectors, see what they're doing this morning. We should all be up. So I'm going to, from our toolbar, I'm going to click on New and then Dock to Channel Bar. Scroll down until I see Show More and then Sector Status. Interesting. So this what you're seeing here. These are the major sectors. XLE, the major ETF for energy, 100% red. What does that mean? 100%, 100% of the stocks that make up XLE are down from yesterday's close. So I don't know what happened to oil prices overnight, but I guess obviously they've taken a dip of some sort. So every other sector, of course, is very positive, to speak. As we're looking in the pre-market 10 minutes or 15 minutes before the market opens. So energy is weak today to start. To start doesn't mean it can't rally once the market opens, but right now energy is in compared to every other sector is super weak. So let me now take a look. Now XLE was sort of hanging around that 200-day moving average yesterday. Let me see what's happening now. If it's broken down below it, yeah. So see how it closed at the 200-day moving average. So if you can see my daily chart, that blue line is the 200-day moving average. So you can see it basically closed right on it. But now at 83.33, a little bit below. So the XLE is below the 200-day moving average. I think I'll go over all the major sectors today. XRT still hanging above. So let's put down XLE below. So we're going to count the major sectors. How many are up? How many are below the 200-day moving average? So XLE is below. XLP, consumer staples. This is should be way below still. Yeah, still below. Healthcare, XLV, still below, but approaching. You look at healthcare, guys, approaching that 200-day moving average, but still below. Take a look at industrials, XLI, XLI above. Financial should still be above. XLF, yes. Not only should still be above, but moving away and away and away from that 200-day moving average. Consumer discretionary. So I have a feeling that well, utilities will be below also, but there's consumer discretionary. So utilities will be below XLU. Yeah, it's below. And materials should be above XLB. Should be not by much, but still above. And of course, the two stars that even when the market was quote unquote tanking, XLC and communication XLK, excuse me, XLC communications. Look at this 200-day moving average down here. Remember these days, guys, it was getting closer and closer, and then it just went nope. And look at this run in communications, and of course technology, XLK. He was doing the same sort of thing as communications, again, running down into it, but again, just running away. So we have three of the major sectors, sorry, four of the major sectors below the 200-day moving average. And of course, the SPY itself is way above. Of course, the SPY is heavily weighted in tech. So there is the 200-day moving average, 426. So, the SPY is way above it. So anyway, energy right now is weak, guys. So if you're looking to play energy, wait for the open, of course. I mean, there's no energy. I mean, those stocks could rally from their opening prints, but right now, energy is definitely the weak sector. Gas is trying to come back, actually. Gas, GES. Well, what was I saying? Would the 200-day moving average hold it? No, it wasn't this one. It was another one that was very close to the 200-day. But anyway, the 200-day moving average, it did get down a little bit below it. Got down to almost $20 for GES. This is an earnings play. Probably, the airline. Well, let's just take a look at jets. Yeah, oil prices falling definitely helps the airline sector. So yeah, so there's the airline sector. Jets. This is the ETF for the airline sector. Well, I guess it's probably helping the cruisers too. Let's take a look at CCL. Yeah, so the cruisers, so jets and the cruisers, CCL, NCLH, RCL, all helped with falling oil prices. Is it down that much, 3 to 4% overnight? Really? Yeah. If you were watching live the, the Nvidia earnings release, that was pretty wild. They sort of pulled an Apple. They figure that they're why not? If Apple can delay it till 4:30, so can we. So they actually didn't come out with their earnings until well, this is the 4:15 candle, so I'm not sure, but it was probably around 4:30 when they came out, and it had a drop all the way down here as well. This is NVDL, okay, same thing though, just 1.5 times. So I still don't understand, I remain, still in the dark about crypto. So I don't really understand, this thing with Binance like, how does it affect does it affect Bitcoin specifically? Or is it just, I mean, I know what Binance does, but trying to figure out, how does it affect Bitcoin specifically, if at all? I don't think it might be. I don't think it's like the other ones, Randy. Okay, I think it is so tied into Nvidia's share price. I don't think if you're talking about NVDL and NVDS, 'cause if you put those charts side by side, NVDA and NVDL, they look the same, basically the same. It's just that if you think Nvidia is going up, if you're a bull on Nvidia, I'm not talking about swinging or anything like that. Then you could buy NVDL because you get a slightly bigger bang for the buck. It will move one and a half times percentage wise, whatever Nvidia is going to do. But on the flip side, of course, it's going to move one and a half times down, whatever Nvidia is going to do. So I don't know about the K though. Somebody else who has more experience with maybe trading ETFs might be able to help. Was it 420? Okay, no, not quite 430. Thank you, JJ. Maybe keep an eye on MRAI. Maybe keep an eye on it. This was an AI alert yesterday. Apache. All right. Well, I'm sorry. I think it used to be called Apache. Maybe it's not called Apache anymore. APA. Sorry. So yeah, pick an energy stock, any energy stock. Let's take a look at XLE. Just look at it on the 15-minute. Look at this. Yeah, market's still strong so far. We have not had any sort of a sell-off. So market is strong to start. We had some data, I think, at 8:30, which didn't really affect the market too much. Didn't hurt it. Didn't really help it. What do you mean out, Raz? Are you talking about what JJ said was out at four? He means that the earnings was released at 420. If that's what you're referring to. Yeah, that's what he meant. He just meant that most companies, they'll release earnings right around 4 o'clock. So usually between 4 and 4:05. Apple, they decide to keep the market in suspense and open at 4:30. Release their earnings at 4:30. Nvidia almost pulled an Apple, but I guess they opened at, or they released at 4:20. Oh, let's take a look at O. You guys are talking about O. Okay, thank you, PJ. Appreciate that, and I'm sure Real does too. All right, guys, MRAI, a little bit of a move this morning. It was very, very choppy yesterday. You can see, look at this. If you can see my 15-minute chart for MRAI at the end, but at the end, I shouldn't say that, right at the very end, 3:15, it had the big pop up. So last week's high for MRAI was 163. How about, I'll tell you what, PJ, why not the next test drive? You try it. Spend $11.11 for 10 trading days just for fun. All right, guys, shot after that pullback, a little bit of a pullback. All right, just looking at some of my thumbnail charts, I'm not seeing any great action yet on some of my. I'm still intrigued by Getty, GoDaddy, GDDY. So again, RBC has upgraded them with a 124 price target. So this is a big upgrade from RBC. Urban, another a new low in the pre-market, guys. Urban, URBN. This is an earnings play. Urban is an earnings play. Well, RBC certainly thinks it's undervalued. They think it's a what was their little thing on it? Plus, with a little hint of AI. Oops. Yeah, calls it a durably growing cash machine with a dash of AI. Well, I have an alert for shot at the pre-market high and see if it takes that out. But I don't like taking these things so early, but I don't know. Maybe make an exception for this one. What's the volume like? Got tons of volume already. The volume is not abating whatsoever. VFS. William's not around. So half a minute for the market before the market opens, everybody. So let me close all this down. Let's have a great trading day. Remember, tomorrow's closed. Market's closed. So I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. Try to let things settle down a little bit, but I will keep an eye on shot. We're now open. Okay, guys, we're now open. And there's the shot. There's the shot, guys. Took out the pre-market high briefly. Briefly. Now what I'm going to do is just put a price alert now at the high of today. The market's opening up with a nice big green candle. There's TCOM, guys. TCOM, big comeback for TCOM. This is a believe, yeah. This was an earnings play yesterday. China earnings play yesterday got hammered down. Is now above yesterday's high though. So that's TCOM. Big, nice, big opening candle here. All right, guys. Shot. I'm just going to keep putting price alerts at new highs. Volume really coming into shot now. Really coming in. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Now be careful on this one, guys, because I mean, I remember yesterday's action at the beginning of the day. Actually, it was a pre-market. It had just a tremendous drop. It came right all the way back up, and made new highs and all that. But just be careful on it. Look at the market. Look at this market. Nice big green bar here. Now SPRC. I know it's showing up on my 10-day daily breakout. Some kind of a mergers plan. So I back off these. Yeah, EH is an earnings play. And wow, look at this. Ooh, so it looked really good pre-market and then just absolutely dropped. Reminds me of what happened. If I could remember the name of the stock from yesterday that did almost the same thing and then it recovered. It was another earnings play. All right, guys. So look at the shot. That's what I was not worried about, but thinking. So there's all sorts of time to play this one. Let it settle down. Sim, thank you, John. Exactly. It was SYM. Yeah, it was SYM. It had a beautiful, this is what I'm talking about. At the big pop up. This is the 15-minute candle. Big pop up on earnings. And then look at the drop. It recovered all day. But so EH, let's see if EH does anything similar. HPQ, guys, HPQ. I don't think this is an earnings play. Yes, it is an earnings play. HPQ is an earnings play. Didn't see it in the pre-market really. Maybe it wasn't up enough. Probably wasn't up enough. It has to be up at least 3% or down 3% for me to see it. But this is an earnings play. HPQ now it's coming very close to that 200-day moving average, 29.41, very close. And there's AI, poor AI, in the trade of the week, all over the place after that. Well, the 2 days ago, no, yeah, 2 days ago, when I had just got absolutely thumped on that news about cost cutting, etc. Anyway, here it goes. I don't know if I don't know if this open AI stuff helps AI or they've got nothing specifically to do with that company, but is it just giving a shot in the arm to the whole sector? There's MRAI as an example. MRAI is on the move as mentioned. The cruisers being helped by the drop in oil prices. NCLH on the move here. NCLH. Look at this market. Look at this big green candle, guys. Okay, guys. Sorry. Internal discussions, as always, interesting to follow. Well, remember JMIA? JMIA. This used to be just is years ago, but JMIA. Check it out on a monthly. You'll see what I'm talking about. Look at this. Got up to $30. Actually higher. Got up to $40 or so. I think this was supposed to be. I want to say the Amazon and Amazon of Africa, something like that. Anyway, it's having a bit of a pounce here. A bounce here. Well, Yelp could be coming into a resistance area, guys. I mean, the high. It's right at the highs of these week of 3 weeks ago. Yeah, I've got this PXMD. It is a penny play for sure. PXMD hanging around the dollar mark. I think it actually has some news. There's Yelp, guys. Seat. SEAT. Let's see what's happening with it right now. Seat. 804. 804 is the next high looking left. So it's right there. And then after that, the next high looking left is 852. So a bit of room. But again, it's early. 9:30, only 9:39. I do like to wait about 15 if there's any news on this one. Participating in UBS's 2023 Global Technology Conference. Okay. That was yesterday's news. GoDaddy. GDD. I just love saying it. GoDaddy. GDDY, guys. GDDY. RBC again put a $124 price target on it. Nordstrom's is an earnings play also, guys. JWN is an earnings play. Big, big, big green candle here, guys. Big green candle to start, or the SPY. Yeah, MNSO was an interesting one for me yesterday because when I looked at the daily chart, I had to avert my eyes. It's one of the more messy daily charts you're going to see, but it kept moving down, down, down. It wasn't. It was in reaction to earnings yesterday. I typically don't. For me, I'm not a big pullback player, Luis. Okay, I'm not that strong in playing pullbacks. So most of the time, if I'm, like shot, okay, as an example, shot, I'll be interested if it takes out the high of the day. Doesn't mean I'll take the trade immediately if it takes out the high of the day, but I want to know about it. I want to see how it's trading. Okay, so I'll put an alert. That's my style. I'm just not a big pullback player. Nothing wrong with it. I'm just not good at it. HIMS, this is not an earnings play. I don't see any specific news for HIMS. It's got room. It's got a lot of room. If you look at a weekly chart, it has a lot of room. 928 is the next high, so that's $1 away. So this is one, if you were a bit more of a pullback player, you might wait to see what it does at the VWAP. If it pulls back 805 or so. Now 846 is also the 200-day moving average. So it's actually kind of close to the 200-day. The Money Hero, MNY. Come on. Oops. I hung up. Okay. MNY guys, the Money Hero has been on a bit of a charge for the last 2 days. Third day now. We're at 80 cents. Go daddy. Jeez. I'm not in it. When do I recognize a short squeeze? Well, if you're referring to the short flow, I mean, okay, to me, it would have to have some supreme news catalyst. Okay. So right now, I mean, it's up 4%, but that's not what I call huge. And it's not breaking out or anything like that. To me, anyway. I don't typically brand things, people say, is this a short squeeze? Is it not? I mean, I really don't brand them. I'm not trying to like be flippant to you or anybody else. I just trade what I see. Whether we brand this, if it really started to move, oh yes, this is a short squeeze. I mean, it's always interesting to see, if something is really starting to move to check out that short float, sure. But unless it's really gapped up over 31.87 and just kept running, and maybe there was a news catalyst for it, I don't see that this is, and real will chime in, I'm sure, and say this is not a short squeeze. Why am I going to rue the day that I did not take GoDaddy? GD, maybe I'll do it. Let me just see here. All right, you're holding over 96 nicely. It's 15 minutes in. You've got no resistance because this is an all-time high. Relative volume is low, 5.7. And in the immortal words of Real, short squeezes are extremely rare. Okay, GoDaddy. I'm waiting to see if it takes out 96 again. Okay, I'm just going to put an alert up here. Now, it seems to be moving a little bit like the market. Okay, red bar, red bar. So it's moving a little bit like the market. So anyway, I've got an alert set just over 96 for GoDaddy. And let's see if it takes that out again, GDDY. It might be market dependent though, which I don't like. Try to find stocks that are trading, basically on their own. ATPC. Okay, let's take a look at ATPC. Started trading as ATPC a few weeks ago. Next high looking left. It's got a shot, I guess, to the 140 level. Take a look at Urban. Real's talking about Urban. This is an earnings play, URBN. Earnings play. Right, guys, not seeing too much. We have to treat this sort of like a Friday. Markets close tomorrow. Not that Fridays are just because the markets are closed over the weekend doesn't mean that Fridays are bad to trade, but it's a bit different. I think a lot of people are taking the 2 days off. So my concern with HPQ is that that 200-day is not that far away. 2941 is the 200-day moving average. So, will traders look at that and start to bail if they're in this one, bail before that, thinking that 200-day moving average may stall it? That's what I think. I mean, it could pop through, but I don't think it'll pop through easily. Yeah, I mean, 986 million in the float, so it's gonna take a bunch to pop it through, in my opinion. Yeah, I cannot comment on that, Jay. Okay, but maybe others could. Interesting article, Rob, about shot, especially the Stratton Oakmont, reference, and other things, of course. All right, guys, there's a giant red candle, so wiping out that first 15-minute candle, so far anyway. Okay, VFS, let's see what's happening with it. Again, gosh, so choppy, guys. It's hard for me anyway to get serious about this one. Where are you going to put a stop? You're going to take this. Where are you going to put a stop? Up, down, up, down, up, down. All right, HPQ. Now the VWAP's at 2881. Okay, the VWAP's at 2881. Let's see if it holds it. But with this market downturn, this might start to move down. It's an earnings play, but as I said before, I thought it was getting pretty close to that 200-day moving average, so that's why I wouldn't want to take it. Now with the market moving down like this, it may drive HPQ down a bit. Now, Rob, who are these guys? These Capybara Research. That's the other thing. Do they have a? But I will read this. I will read this. Definitely a fun read. Okay, guys. Now, guess is moving against the market right now. Putting a little bit of a pop here, against the current market conditions, which is a little bit surprising. It's an earnings play. I mean, it's still down 10%, but it's trying to rally a bit, even though the market is doing this. Nordstrom's now below 14, so there's a maybe a psychological number that it's taken out, perhaps. JWN, the next low looking left is 1348. This is an earnings play. Yeah, I read about Body and how they're they're going to give away for free their little 10-minute core workout for Thanksgiving giveaway. I mean, it's online, of course, with some kind of a 10-minute core workout to help you digest. Okay, well, uh, Stone had earnings on the 10th. Great reaction. Our reaction was here, and it's been moving higher and higher and higher ever since its earnings play, STNE. But it's trading like the market right now, red bar, not as dramatic, of course, but red bar. So nothing in the option scanner yet, guys. Usually we get something by now, so kind of tells you what sort of a day it is. So Anna, you know the deal with SPRC, right? This is a potential merger, and in our YouTube room, SPRC. So I don't really know what's going to happen here. It's I mean, this is a company that, when you look at their profile, it's an Israeli company. They're a bio, and they're going to merge with a vehicle importer. Okay. Well, I think most would say, Luis, the 200-day moving average. Okay, simple moving average on the daily chart, and I think a lot of. But Steve, I really don't have a preference. I mean, I don't really use them that much, but I think a lot will intraday probably use EMAs more. So Steve uses the 10 SMA, but I really pay attention to the. I never use the EMA on a daily chart. Never. It's always a simple SMA, and I think that is kind of universal. But intraday, probably more popular are EMAs. Well, all right, DLO is an earnings play, and it is trying to come back. So it's kind of bucking the market trend. So this is trading on its own right now. Okay, DLO is an earnings play. Take a look at NVIDIA. Now, if you want to short NVIDIA, and I'm suggesting anybody do that, but you can buy NVDS. And this is only a 1 to 1. Okay. So there's no, oh, it's 1.25. Okay. All right, guys. Well, interesting day to say the least. Probably not a lot of volume. Yeah, I don't think from what I can remember, I mean, I'm certainly, Randy, I'm not an expert in decays on ETFs, but I think these are special ones, when it's just pegged to a stock. I don't think, because again, if you look, you just have to look at a chart and they're virtually the same. If you look at NVDL and NVDA, well, no, I mean, they'd be the reverse, but I mean, they're not like giant gaps or anything like that. All right, PXMD, Shady, and 116. Well, it's got room. 115, yeah, it's got some room. Definitely has some room, guys, on the daily chart. The next high, in fact, it's got a lot of room. This is could be interesting. It holds this level. Because the next high in the daily chart is two. All right, two. So yeah, so keep an eye on the PXMD. Probably yeah, it's a very, very low float. I really don't see any news other than, they're they had earnings, not that it matters, on the 15th. All right, guys. PXMD again has $2. Okay, there's your next high on the daily chart is $2. As long as it holds over 115, which is the previous daily high. A lot of volume coming in. Very low flow. I'm going to check another website. I want to see what float they have. Don't think it's that low, but it's going to be low. Yeah, so another website has 7.25 million. So that's a significant difference. We've got our provider has 327,000 thousand. So sometimes it's really, but if you go to about 10 different websites, I'm sure you'll find 10 different float numbers for PXMD. I would have liked to have seen it closer though, under a million. Let me check another website. Yeah, if you go to Finviz, for instance, it does say the same, about 330,000. Okay, that's Finviz. But if you go to the dilution tracker, which I know a lot of us are following, it says 7.25. So I don't know. Again, you can go to 10 different websites, find 10 different float numbers. Okay, so the market is still selling off. Market is, I think everything is still positive, but there's quite a big sell off now. This is the second or the third. So the first 15-minute candle, wildly positive. Look, all right, we're on the way. But then the next 15-minute candle wiped that out and now moving lower. The XMD guys, again, holding 115, still key. Got a ton of room. Take a look at XLE, see if there's any sort of a rally in energy stocks, XLE. Yeah, definitely a rally. Let me, it's going to be a different look now. So now we're going to look at the change from the open, and we're going to see a dramatic difference. So this is what I was saying. If you were here during the pre-market, when I was talking about these, the major sectors in the pre-market, so energy, every single energy stock was down from yesterday's close. Okay, that was 100%. That was about 50, excuse me, 15 minutes before the market opened. But as I said, that could turn around. So these stocks, I mean, most of them are still probably down from the open or from yesterday's close. You can see right here, there are a few of them that are above the close. Only two of them are still above the close of yesterday. But look what's happened since the market opened. So their first trade, 91% of them have moved higher than their first trade of the day. Okay. And remember, when we looked at technology and communications, well, communications is not terrible, but technology, these were close to 100%, both of them changed from the close of yesterday. So I mean, they're still positive, but again, look at the change from the open, which I think is way, tells the story, and you can just tell. I mean, the SPY is since the open has been really moving down. Markets are still all positive, but moving down. And that's what this is telling you, because this is the change from the open. But that's a dramatic change in energy stocks since the market opened have been moving higher. And you can see, look at XLE. That doesn't mean they're going to remain higher. Mm, boy, that MRIA, yeah, I did not take it. I was really thinking about it, but I did not take it. Now it looks like it is coming into potentially some resistance right around here, right around $2. So if you did take this one, Yeah, you too, Christine. Don't forget to go to Body, BODOI, RI, for your free 10-minute workout between your main course and dessert. Why not buy the reverse PJ instead of shorting ARKK? What's the one you buy if ARKK is going down? Oh, that is it. I'm sorry. Oh, what's the reverse of this? Yeah, that's it. It's SARC. Yeah, there's two Ks there, but take a look at SARC. Makes sense that it's only one K. Yeah, so if you want to, yeah, if you think ARC is going down, you can buy SARC. Okay, guys, HPQ has had a bit of a bounce here now. Okay, so it is an earnings play. My problem with it again still is at 24.41. So, if you're more of a VWAP type player, we're down to 28.86, a little bit below it, and kind of so the VWAP kind of held it. Keep an eye on Guess, guys. I mean, it may not be very dynamic. I think there's a pretty big float. Actually, there's not a big float for Guess, 26 million. So I'm surprised it's not a little more volatile. But you know what? If this has any sort of a rally in it, maybe if the market turns around a bit, I want to put an alert around 2140 and see if it can run a bit. Yeah, this SPRC did make a new high. The pre-market high is up here at 941. Again, this is all to do with some kind of merger news. So we finally have our first one in the normal option scanner. So there's Nordstrom's JWN. So it popped up from that alert price. I think this is an energy play that is rallying. Yeah, Callan petroleum. So this is rallying, still down for the day. So as I said, this is probably typical of what you're going to see with a lot of energy plays. Stock is still down from yesterday's close, but look at the opening print and look at what it's done since then. And that's what we saw, when we looked at the change from the open for the energy sector. Well, you got out of it, and I finally took it. PXMD, you took it right went on that little pullback here, right in around 121. My stop would be more like the 115 mark. Okay, yesterday or that high a couple of days ago. That will be my ultimate stop. Okay, I might get out earlier. Really waiting to see if I can get into the 30s. I think if I can get into the 30s, which it didn't quite do, got up to 129. Well, the short is again no short available, no shorts available for me for shot at Interactive Brokers. All right, guys. You know what? I'm out of the PXMD. Minor profit. I'll look at it again if it gets into the 30s. Have an alert set. Actually, high of the day, 129. All right, guys. Maybe AZN is going to have a little bit of a bounce in it. See if it follows the market just a little bit here. AZN. This is coming from my bouncers toppers. This one right here. Okay. And I'm sharing it. AMC is worth watching. Okay. Sorry, I didn't mean to snort there. Let's take a look at AMC. I know it was making an all-time low yesterday, I think. Yeah. I mean, it's okay. It's moving. You're right. I mean, it's moving as a trade. The next high is 709 though, so it's pretty close. Basically an all-time low. Boy, I guess it's just for that float, I am really surprised. I thought this had a much bigger float. 26 million in the float, and it's just really not doing anything. Okay, so maybe a bit of a reversal in the market, okay? The 10-15 candle, bottoming tail, buyers close it higher. Sellers tried to knock it down again. Buyers are, looking like they're trying to maintain control here. So we may have found a bit of a bottom. Give me a moment, guys. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. All right, I'm going to stick an alert for the SPY at the high of the previous 15-minute candle and see if that takes that out. And that could get it rolling again. A little bit of a move for gas, just a little bit of a move for gas, GES. And the only reason I'm somewhat fixated on it is because of the float. Okay, 26 million in the float. And it's sort of moving with the market. There you go. So it's sort of moving with the market. Just one moment, please. Okay, sorry about that, guys. I'm in guess now. Okay, I am in guess. Let's see if it has moves a bit with the market. GES. I'm in guess. It's not a recommendation to do the same thing, but I'm just telling you that I'm in guess right now. Yeah, right where I bought it. So it's at 40. So that's kind of where I bought it. Well, I still have to recognize that it is an earnings play. I mean, so the earnings, obviously, the result was not good, but I'm just trying to play a bit of a bounce here and see if it maybe the market can help a bit. RVYL. Let's see what this one is doing. RVYL. Don't know them at all. I don't think I've ever heard of them. Not a lot of volume, 153,000 shares. That is 24 times normal. So that's why probably haven't heard of them. Don't know what they do. Financial technology. Okay. So Guess gives up a little bit more. I'm out, guys. I don't have a lot of patience, especially with bouncers. I'm not great at playing them, but just a moment, please. Okay, guys, what's happening with this OVV? This is on the Optin scanner also. OVV. Yeah, I mean, it's got some room to about 45, but very choppy, very, very choppy. I'm not finding anything I really love. I don't love in the Guess, but right where I bought it, so we'll see. Ugh, I'm glad I made a good exit on the PXMD. Don't have any faith in going along anything right now, guys. Even these cheap ones. Okay, Bragg. I think I've seen this one before. Bragg, BRAG. That's right. This is a gaming company. So, what's the high in the week? This is the high today. The same. Okay, so yeah, I mean it's got some room, I suppose, to 550. I mean, big relative volume, 37 times normal, but it's only 156,000 shares. All right, Mr. Spy. Look at Spy now, guys. Spy now took out that high here. So maybe it's going to have a nice bit of a recovery and challenge to get back up there. Now, here's the deal with Guess and me. The market is doing this and Guess isn't. So I know it's an earnings play. So I mean, it should, in theory, be kind of trading on its own. But gets into the 50s, it might have a run. What was the high right there? 2150. You just stick an alert. Say around 2157. Actually, I'll put an alert at 21. Come on. See if we can break through 50. I didn't even see this. So this got halted. So the RVYL actually got halted on the way down, I guess on the way down. So, however, we'll have to see what happens. So this blue screen you see here, this is blue window you see here. Hey, yes, thank you. Okay, let's see if you have any more of a move in you. So this is from Time of Sales. This is Interactive Brokers. Okay, nothing to do with trade ideas. So this is telling, well, now this is not the guess. Let me get back to RVYL. So there's the halt for YVRL, 398, the potential open. So real no big clue where it could open. Again, this is Time and Sales from Interactive Brokers. All right, guys, 10:33. So you know what that means. Time to check out what's on my homepage. So we still have a great discount going on. My guess, well, certainly till 11:59 p.m. Sunday. Okay, it may be Monday. I'm not sure. I'll show you what I'm talking about. All right, if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So there's a promo code you can use. Now I know we've got some Black Friday promo codes. They're for 25%, but you can use this. I mean, it's the same. You're going to get the same discount. Okay, this makes it easier. You can use this promo code. We got all these different ones for Thanksgiving and then Black Friday, etc. So, but you can just use this one. You'll get the 25%. Okay. And that's 25% off the first month only or the entire year. So, as always, my recommendation is that you try us out. If you want to, don't take out a yearly first. Try us out for a month. If you like it, you can, obviously maintain a monthly subscription. Or if you do want to take out a yearly, I will make sure you get 25% off the year. So you can always try us out for a month. And again, if you don't like it, just tell us. You're not in any sort of a long-term subscription on a month to month. Okay, so that Barry 25, and that should be good at least until 11:59 p.m. Eastern time, Sunday. Okay, at least. If you do take out a subscription, please. No, I don't. I should never say please. You must. You must do this. This is the getting started. It'll run you through your download and install, your first startup and login, introduction to scans, top lists, and alert windows. Okay, if you looked at them all, it'll take you about 30 minutes to go through those 10 short videos. And as always, if at some point in the future you decide you do want to take out a subscription, I would appreciate it if you either come back into the room or somehow you save my code, remember my code. Now the problem is that this Barry 25 is going to expire at some point. It'll be back to 15%. But if you come into the room, use the code you see. It really helps the room. Okay, it'll help to keep this room free. So again, all I ask is at some point in the future, if you decide to take out a subscription, just use my code. Trading 101, if you're new to trading or looking for a refresher, you can take a look at this video series. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. It is free. Stock of the day video that I do, of course, that's free. Trade of the week is free. Topsy turvy one this week was AI, but it is free. Now, if you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. If you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Okay. Education section is here. I have a great education section with this guide. The guide is, I think it's an excellent guide. But as always, with a guide, there's a lot in a user guide, just like any other software program. You don't have to learn everything. Okay. However, I would make sure there's that getting started again. I would make sure you maybe go to this alert window and top list window, a little more in detail about what they're all about. I mean, that's the whole basis behind trade ideas, really. You can take a look at stock racing if you want, and then price alerts. Okay. I use them all the time, and I'll show you how easy it is. Again, in the education section on my homepage, there's the guide. If you scroll down a bit, there's the getting started section again, and the daily support. So I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. Give me a moment. So I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. And one of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. And today's Wednesday. It should be Jamie. Jamie sometimes is listening to me. He might pop in and say, yes, it is him. But I'll confirm it before I do take my break. And again, before I take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in the main room. Okay. I think it's a good idea also to head over there. 5 days of the week, we have five different traders that take over for me in our YouTube room. All have different trading styles. So, I have one obvious, my own trading style. Jamie, he doesn't mind my saying this. He is a is the Scalpus Supremus. He's a scalper. I mean, he is really a scalper, and you can head over there and listen to what he does. Other things too. Don't get me wrong, but he really does like to scalp. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, you can head over and listen to Jamie between 12 and 1. Last, on my homepage, if you've clicked on my link and you're looking for my scans, the middle section of my scans, and here are the scans that I'm currently sharing. So this is what I use in the pre-market. You're looking for the gappers in the pre-market. If you're looking for the gappers in the pre-market, you'll find them here. My pre-market act is up and down. Okay, either we're gapping up or gapping down. The gap meaning what have they done? What did they do from yesterday's close? Okay, so you can check this out. Been using this forever. Okay, this my pre-market act is up and down. The Halts resumes over here. This is the momentum scan. Momo, my momentum scan is here. And this is the abnormal option activity scan. Not too active today at all, probably because of the markets close tomorrow, and a lot of traders are going to be taking Friday off also, not just tomorrow. I do have other scans that I'm sharing, including the 10-day daily breakout and down. Notice there's nothing on the breakdown today yet. You can see right there. I mean, I didn't take it, but look at that. The SPRC had an alert at $8. At one point, it got up to 8.89. Go guess. So again, I've got a lot of information on my homepage. You can save my homepage link. Then you can go and take a look at my scans anytime you want. I do change them up from time to time. The education section, and of course, my promo code. So a little bit about what Trade Ideas is all about. So this is the momentum scan. I call it Momo. It's a momentum scan. So if you took this one and you're wondering, well, first of all, before you take it, you might want to know what it's about. But this is what it does. This is what we're really excellent at doing. So if I right click on this momentum scan and click on configure, then I click on summary. So this is an alert window. That's why it says A in the upper left hand corner. So there are a lot of screening programs out there that you can buy. And of course, we have screening capabilities. This is what I mean by screening. So in this particular one, the stock is between one and $100. Current volume is at least three, meaning it's trading at least three times normal. Volume in the last minute is 1,000% of normal, 5 minutes, 400% of normal, etc. So my trigger is a new high of the day. So the only way I'm going to get an alert is if all of these are all what we call AND functions. Okay. The stock has to be between 1 and 100, and the current volume is 3, and, okay? So if all these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. So I can tell you right off the bat, the last one was at 10:28. Now we're at 10:42 right now Eastern time. So the last stock that met all of these filter requirements and made a new high for the day was Bragg at 228. There was a price at 536. Okay, and then that's how it works. We're really, really good at real-time alerting. Now, if you like this scan, the concept of it, but you want to make a change, of course you can. And we can always maybe change the price range if you want. Maybe you want it between 10 and 100. There it is, 10 and 100. Maybe you want to make any other change. You can keep it as it is. You can make a modification. If you get used to using trade ideas, maybe you see a filter that you'd like to add. Maybe you don't want a new high of the day. Maybe you want a new 5-minute high. I mean, very flexible. It's up to you. This is what I like to see, but doesn't necessarily mean that's what you have to see. And by the way, you can ask me questions all day long. Okay. Don't think that you're interrupting me. This is, I call this now the trading and support room. Okay. So you can ask me questions all day long. So because I'm an intraday trader, I'm always looking, I only want to see stocks that are trading abnormally. This is a very powerful filter that we've got. This relative volume. This is telling me that RVYL is trading 49 times normal up to this time of day. This is time sensitive. This relative volume filter is time sensitive. So that's one way to find stocks that are, abnormal volume. Okay, abnormal volume. The other way I find stocks that are trading abnormally is looking at their option activity, their option volume. So if I look at OVV as an example, and there's only a couple today, that's the only two that have shown up. So OVV is traded 5,600 contracts, 5,682 contracts today. That is 372% of normal, 3.7, or a ratio of 3.7 times normal. So that also helps me find stocks that are trading abnormally. And not just the volume, but also the option volume. So I don't trade options, but again, I just want to see what are the stocks that are trading abnormally option wise. Okay. Meanwhile, the market's put in a couple of nice bars. Maybe the next one is going to be green. Well, this is giving me a lot more than I thought, guys. So let's see what Guess has got in store for me. Give me a moment. I mentioned AZN a little while ago as a potential bouncer. This is another scan that I'm sharing. I'm not trying to hide them; they're just on another monitor. But I am sharing this one, the bouncers toppers. So if you're interested in looking for stocks that are maybe topped out, in other words, they've been moving higher and higher and higher, and you're looking for a potential short, that's what I call the toppers, and then the bouncers is the reverse stocks that may be a little oversold and due for a bounce. So if you take this scan, the way it's color coded is that in blue, that's a potential bounce, and in orange, a potential short. Well, okay, a potential long for blue, a potential short. So guys, I've taken some off of the guess, okay? I have to recognize that guess is still it's an earnings play, and the reaction was not good. So I've taken some off the guess. I'm being influenced just a little bit by that red bar, okay? A little bit. I think guess has moved a bit because of the two green candles. Okay, this window you see here. So, a couple things. If you are new to trading, please practice trading before you commit money to the market. Okay. Now, you need to be using our. All right. Well, keep going. Why not? Wow. Okay. Keep really going. I'm taking some off, but still have some. So let's see what happens with the guess. And notice what I'm doing. Let me show you. Okay. So I've got a price alert for guess right up here. And this is the price alerts window. Okay. If you're not using price alerts, I really think you should be. Because watch what's going to happen if gas hits this 21, there's the price I don't know, 21.74. If it takes it out, let me put a price alert down here. I want it to trigger. Show you what I'm talking about. Okay, you see what happened? My price alert window popped up on my screen, so I cannot miss it. The way I use the alerts window is you don't have to have it up and running. Well, you have to have it running, but you don't have to have it taking up any screen space. Okay. In fact, even if you had the screen space, I wouldn't do it because you see what happens. It pops up on your screen. You know, that would if I had this minimized, it would have popped up at the 21.75 mark. So there's the little minimizer. You just minimize it, you create your price alert, and this will just pop right up on your screen when there's a price alert. And if I sort on the trigger time column, so I'll always see the last one right at the top. I actually put a sound alert on it. See my actions here. Booyah is the sound that I'm using. So when I hear that, I know there's a price alert. And now, if I'm sitting at my computer, of course I'm going to see it, but sometimes I do wander away and I've got a wireless headset, so I will hear that. And any other sound alert I got, of course, I can come racing back to see what triggered. So that's why I would minimize it. And the price alert window is found here, new price alerts window. So if you load this right now and you've never used it before, of course it'll be blank. Okay. So I would definitely use price alerts. So simple to do. So what I did, you just have to go to any chart. Let's take a look at MNY. I want to put a price alert at the high up here. Sorry, we did too quickly. So here's my pointer, and if you the dotted line will be following my pointer, and if I can eyeball it well enough, fine. I'll just right click then where I put it at 186, and they say how it popped up on my screen. Boy, guess is giving me a lot more than I thought, guys. I wish I hadn't taken some off, but that's okay. ANGH, I didn't see that one. I saw it all day yesterday, ANGH. Let's see what Shady did on this one, ANGH. Yeah, this was a big one yesterday. No, it has earnings after hours today, so we'll see what happens. I don't, for these cheap ones, I don't think anybody really cares about earnings, but okay, guys, I've taken my leave of guests. I just don't, I mean, I think that especially now the market's going to put this red bar in. I've taken my leave. I mean, I got up into the 80s. The minute it started moving back down, I'm out. And again, where if people are going to ask me, well, where did I find gas? Of course, that came from the pre-market actors up and down. Okay, that's where I saw gas. Of course, it gapped down, and we knew it was an earnings play. So that is what kind of prepared me. I don't think it hit any other scanner. But that's why I do a little bit of pre-market work, of course. Want to see the stocks that are moving up or down, and then I kind of pick a few to follow. And guess certainly was one of them. IMPL. I recognize the symbol IMPL, but haven't seen it in a while. Is this under a dollar? It is under a dollar. Okay. But you're right, ripping, a lot of volume coming in for some reason. Don't see any specific news on it right now, but so let me get back to this, guys. If you're new to trading, please practice trading. It's that simple. Before you commit money to the market, please practice trading. Now, we have a simulator that you can use, and it's called we call this is B plus. If you click on new and then click on Brokerage Plus, this window will pop up. Now, only available if you're using our downloadable application. Okay, if you're using our web-based version, it is not available, and it's pretty simple to use. All you have to do is just click on an alert or a symbol. The symbol will load. In this box on the left here, you have a quantity box. You can pick from any one um, shares, or you can, of course, put exactly the number of shares you want to trade. Here's your bid ask. So let's do one. I want to talk a little bit about money management. I haven't talked about it today or this week, I don't think. So a little bit about money management. So let's take a look at this MNY as an example. And this is again in the simulator. Okay. I'm going to take 500 shares. I'm going to go. Yeah, I mean, the spread is not great, but I just, this is just demonstration purposes. So there I am in at 196. I'm going to put a stop at 176, and I'll explain why. When I do this, you're going to see a red line on the chart. It's going to say approximately minus 100. Okay, 102. Okay, 102.02. So first of all, the way I trade is guess you don't care what the market's doing. Anyway, the way I trade, no, I might get stopped out. You know what? I don't want to get stopped out quite yet, so I'm going to move this. Yeah, you know what? I'll leave it in here just to demonstrate, what a stop is all about. So the way I trade, again, this is in the simulator, right? This is not my real account. This is just for demonstration purposes. So the way I trade is that I'll have a checklist, and unless I can check everything in that checklist, I will not take a trade. So you see what happened? It took me out of the trade. Let me do it again. I'll do another entry. I just want to demonstrate. So I'm back in it. So again, entry price one set. Now I'll put my stop at 157. You're going to see another approximately $100. Okay. Well, it will show up. I don't know why it's a little delayed showing up the actual. There we go. Approximately 97.50. So again, I have a checklist. I must check everything before I take a trade. If I can't check every box, I don't take the trade. Now, most of the things based on the type of scans that I have are checked. I'm not going to see a price range I don't like. I'm not going to see a minimum I'm going to have a minimum volume that I need, probably a minimum relative volume, and a few other things. So most of the things are already checked when I get an alert. My next step, of course, then is to click on it, and then I check to see whether or not, first of all, where if I took this trade, where would I get out of the trade if it doesn't work? That's my first. Wow, look at guess. Stupid me. No kidding. Seriously, that is just ripping now. Um, yeah. So the first thing I do is okay. Obviously, not every trade is going to work. I have to have a price. I'm going to get out of the trade if it's not working. So how do I determine that for me? Most of the time, I'm looking at a 15-minute chart. I check to see where I think there might be some support. So, for instance, if I look, imagine this was yesterday. Imagine this was a 15-minute chart instead of a daily chart, and you see all the action down here. Again, imagine this was a 15-minute chart today, and I was looking at the price. It was here, and I look here, and I think, okay, that looks like a pretty interesting support area. Seems to be, some support. If it broke down through that price range, I want to be out of the trade. So that's how I do it. If I were new though, what I might do is take the low of the previous 5-minute candle as my exit. Okay, you can practice doing that. The reason being is that sometimes the way I size up, or I think there's maybe a support area on a chart, is not necessarily going to make sense to you. And so there is, call it some guesswork about even what I'm doing. It's a feel, but one thing for sure, below the previous 5-minute candle, there's no guesswork. That's a number. There's no disputing what that number is. So you might want to use that. So once you determine where your stop is, and that's why I put my stop 20 cents away. Again, I'll explain why I did that. My next step is okay, if I took this trade and I knew where my stop was, where do I think it could go before it hits the next high looking left? Most of my trades are stocks that are right near the high of the day, or if I'm shorting, right near the low of the day. So all I'm doing then is looking left to see, well, where could it go until it hit that next high on the daily chart if I'm going long? If I can't see anything, in other words, if I'm looking at this daily chart right now, I do see a high up here, but what if that was down here? So when I look left, I don't see another high. That's when I look at my weekly chart to check to see where the next high is on my weekly chart. So the way I trade is that in this particular, again, this is just for demonstration purposes. If I'm going to risk 20 cents a trade, I have to be able to look left and see that there's nothing stopping it from going at least 40 cents. Okay, based on the next high. Doesn't mean it's going to go 40 cents, but in other words, you see what I'm doing. 20 cents to risk 40. Now, I'm not gonna if I looked left and I saw that the next high was 5 cents away, I'm not going to risk 20 cents to try to make 5 cents. So if I can satisfy, if I know where my stop's going to be, and I look left, and I think there is enough room. That's why you always say or hear me saying, "There's room. There's room. Look left. Look left." Then it becomes a real candidate for me to trade. Other things will come into play, of course. I mean, if the market was tanking and I'm trying to go long something, I may be a little reticent about doing that. But that's basically it. That's the way I trade. It doesn't have to be the way you trade, but we're talking now money management because the next step is, well, how many shares are you going to take? Assuming that everything was checked, and You determine, you think you've got a decent stop area and you do think there's room for it to run. How many shares are you going to take? Well, I hope it makes sense that if you've got a $5,000 account, you probably should not be taking. Wow, look at the MRAI now. Kicking myself a little bit, guys. Definitely kicking myself a little bit. I had this on alert, but didn't end up not taking it. So back to your account size. If you've got a $5,000 account, hopefully it makes sense that you won't be taking a thousand. You won't be risking $1,000 a trade. You notice in this simulator, the risk is I'm risking $100 a trade. Okay, in this particular case. Now you might say, well, wait a minute, that's not right. You buy 500 shares. Let's say the entry was at two. Aren't you risking $1,000? No, that's the whole idea of putting a stop. Okay, I'm only in this particular case. If it goes down to 157, I'll be taken out for a $100 loss. You're not risking the entire value of the trade. That's the whole idea of putting a stop. So you should not be risking $1,000 a trade if you've got a $5,000 account. So why I like to do it this way, it makes the math simple. I'm risking $100 trade in the simulator. That's why I took 500 shares, because if I multiply 500 times 20 cents, which is the difference between my entry and my stop price, that's $100. Now, the other way I trade is that I do not vary how much I risk per trade by much. In other words, I'm not risking $1,000 one trade, 500 the next, 50 the next, 50 the next. I try to keep my risk amount within reason, about the same every single trade. And so in the simulator, I'm trying to demonstrate a $100 risk per trade. Now, you can in Excel, you can set up a spreadsheet that will refer to whatever you're going to risk per trade. And then all you have to do is put your entry and your stop price. It'll subtract it, of course, and that'll tell you about how many shares to take. Okay, when you're starting out, I think that's probably not a bad way to do it. So if you're with me so far, now the next step, so practice in the simulator. Okay, first of all, our simulator uses our real-time data. You don't even need a broker. It's just using our real-time data. All you need is our standard service. Okay, and then you're set to go. It uses our real-time data. You don't need a broker. And because when you're starting off trading, you may not know you may not have determined who your broker is going to be. Okay, so but if you do want to practice trading, you can use our simulator. So until you can make money in the simulator, please don't try to trade. Now, unfortunately, even if you can make money in a simulator, it does not necessarily translate to making money when you start trading live. The reason being is that it's pretty easy to obey. You saw how my stop was obeyed in the first time. Pretty simple, right? Just play money. It's not real. It's not really my money. So sure, I'll obey all my stops every time. But when you start trading, sometimes it's really difficult to obey your stop. I guarantee it's going to happen. You get into a trade and you can't, and all of a sudden it starts not working. It starts drifting down to your stop price. You can't believe it. Maybe there's great news also. News is not one of the things I have to check. I call that a bonus. Maybe our room is talking about it. Everybody's excited about it, and it's not working. It's coming down to your stop price. And so you try to convince yourself that, you know what? Yeah, I've been practicing and I've been using and the stop below the previous 5 minute candle or even a support area. I know this is going to come back. Okay, I just know it. So you don't obey your stop. And so that manageable $100 loss turns into two, three, four, $500 before you sell, kicking yourself. Why didn't I obey my stop? And you guys who've been in the room forever, you know what's coming next. That's one scenario, almost as bad as not obeying your stop, being down two, three, $400, and then it does reverse for you. Now you're up two, three, 400, and you're really happy you didn't obey your stop. And can that happen? Of course it can. But in my experience, if you want to last doing this, obeying your stop or money management, however you do it, money management is so key. Commissions are so cheap now that there's no excuse for not getting out of a trade on your based on your stop because wow, I don't want to pay the commissions. Think of it. You got into a trade, and maybe for whatever reason, for instance, the AI. AI was that's a great example 2 days ago, right? Let me see if I can bring up a big. I mean, this was the trade of the week. It is the trade of the week. Let's take a look at it on a in a big 15-minute chart. I have to scroll back a bit. So the trade was $30, okay, to get into this trade. This was the trade of the week. So this is back here. If I scroll down a little bit more, there you go. So look what happened. Man, what a great trade. $30 up to all to 31.71. All of a sudden this happened. Some news came out about cutting costs, getting rid of employees, etc. And that absolutely tanked the stock. You can't control that. All you can control, as I was saying, if you were in this trade, I would have been taking some profit up here. I didn't know this was going to happen, but you got to have a stop. You got to get a, you can't just say, it's going to come back. Now did it pop a little bit? Sure, but you can't rely on something popping back up. Okay, that's why it's so important to obey your stop and not just sort of, have some kind of faith that the thing is going to come back for you. Okay, but the other thing about low commissions. Again, think of it another way. If you got into a trade and all of a sudden the market did something crazy and your stock that you're in is kind of a little bit market dependent. Well, you can't control that. But what you can control is getting out with a manageable loss. And who knows, maybe the market comes back. Maybe that same stock sets up again for you. You can always get back into the trade. Okay. So that's it, guys. Off my soapbox. Practice trading. Please practice trading before you commit money to the market. So what Shady is saying, if you're looking at what Shady is saying, long 699 and then 690. So what he is saying with the AMC, I don't know if it's triggered yet for him. Yeah, so it must have triggered. So he's long at 699 AMC with a stop at 690. Okay. Yeah, I don't. I should do it once a week. Go Harry, just once a week. We have lots of new people trying to understand how to trade, and I think one of the critical points is always money management. You have to, and to starting off with, you have to have a reason to take a stock, and it can't just be, well, "No, I like this one, I'll take it." You have to have some reason to take the stock. Is it setting up well? Just give me a moment, please. Give me a moment, guys. I'll be right back. Okay, guys. So, and again, big welcome to anybody who's new into the room. Big welcome. And again, if you are sitting there and you're thinking about asking me a question, do it. Don't be shy. Okay. There are no dumb questions. Seriously. We all started off new at some point. I wish I'd had I'm not just talking about me personally, but I wish I'd had a room like this when I was starting out. Just interaction amongst traders and talking about trading. I did not have this. So don't be shy. If you have a question, just ask. So I do see we had actually a pretty good one from our AI guys, a short of DLO. This is a good one. I wish I'd seen this one. Short of DLO. Oh, I am, there was a brick wall. I'd run right into it. MRAI. I mean, I wanted this one. Yesterday when I saw it trading, I thought, okay, what if it takes out the high up here? Okay, 162. And I don't have any explanation why I'm not in this, to be honest. Ooh, well, insider buying. Let me see if I can find. I do recall. I do recall something about insider buying. Let me just see. Yeah. So Form 4 filing shows this guy bought 100,000 shares anyway at 123. I don't know if he's an insider or the CEO but he's somebody. He is a somebody. And maybe there's another 100,000 shares by somebody else. I don't know. So it's just think of it like this. I mean, if you basically you're just putting your money where your mouth is, in theory, right? You, I mean, that's the way the market views it. Some guy, you're buying a bunch of stock. You're saying, you know what? I believe in my company. I'm going to buy stock. Now, listen, does it mean 100% it's going to do something like this? Of course not. But that would be the theory. I always pay attention, way more attention to insider buys than insider selling. Okay. Unless you get a bunch of, insider selling, like from all the C-suiters. But if you get a guy, everybody jumps all over people who sell. Well, you know what? You might have a very realistic, well, a real reason for selling. Could be you're buying a house, you're putting kids through school, or you've got, you just want to get some money out. I don't ever, or I don't really concern myself too much about selling. Buying, nobody's usually nobody's forcing you usually to buy. And so, if you're going to buy your company stock, market will look at that and go, okay, I guess the guy's got some faith in the stock. Now, especially if it's one of the C-suiters, the CEO or the CFO, etc. There you go, Chris. You must have been listening to me all the time. Marius, I have MRAI on my scanner. Okay, just that I didn't take it. There's a difference. I've got a lot of things on my scanner, Marius. I don't take them all. This obviously does not, I shouldn't say obviously, let's see. It does actually trade options. Only 210 right now. That is 67 times normal. We may see this later on in the day. It's got to get up to at least 500 here in the option scanner. But of course, in the momentum scanner and my 10-day daily breakout, well, this is just a massive move now. Well, it doesn't absolutely mean, Jesse, just because if you look at insider buys, it doesn't absolutely mean, of course, the stock is going to rip like this. Okay. But, just think about how would you feel if you're in a stock and then you find out that the CEO or some of the, again, the C-suiters or some major insider, maybe on the board, has bought a whack of stock. You might think, okay, well, that guy's got faith in it. I guess maybe I should too, a little bit. Does it absolutely mean what's happening with MRAI is going to happen? The one that you forgot, Chris, was the ex-wives or the ex-husbands. Or the new wife, or the new husband. Anyway, a lot of reasons why insiders sell. But again, unless you saw a massive selling, one guy selling some shares. The other thing is to always check. Okay, maybe the guy's got 4 million shares. He's selling 100,000 of it. So what? Do tell. The Charlie Munger quote. Oh, so you didn't even read it. You didn't read the SEC. I see. Okay. Oh, I see. Okay. Well, I mean, right at the very end, MRAI insider buying. But that's a general. I mean, I don't. I mean, do I scour the internet to find companies that have a lot of insider buying? Probably should a little bit. It doesn't hurt. Just set up price alerts. Okay, I see. I haven't heard that one before. All right, guys, it's 11:20. I'm just going to confirm it's going to be Jamie. Jamie, I don't know if he's listening to me right now. I'll be taking my break in about 40 minutes. All right, guys, let's see. Well, let's take a look at GoDaddy. If it's kind of resting here a bit, GDDY, kind of resting here right on the VWAP, I think, 95.27. Yeah, look at this. So GoDaddy is resting right on the VWAP. Let's see if it holds it and starts to move. Again, it's basically an all-time high. And RBC put a $124 price target on it. So if you're still in, I'm not in it anymore. I wish I was. I wish I were. Um, but if you're still in the guess, still looks pretty good, if especially if it can somehow take out 22. Oh, hard for me to watch this one now. So this was an AI alert yesterday, Chris. This was an AI alert yesterday, MRAI. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Not that I want to short it, but I'm always interested to see if shorts are available, if there could be any downward pressure put on a stock because people are shorting it. So none at Interactive Brokers. I mean, your broker could have tons, but there are none at Interactive Brokers. You would think that maybe, this level up here might stall it finally. All right, the answer is yes. So Jamie will be in our YouTube room in about 40 minutes from now, a little less than 40 minutes from now, when I take my break. JMIA through the 200-day now, guys. I don't know if there's any specific news for JMIA. Had earnings on the 15th. Good reaction, kind of good reaction. Yeah, like for me, the next high is too close. Okay, 325 is the next high looking left. Now, if it can break through that, then the next high is 378. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a price alert around that 325 level for JMIA and see if it takes that out. And then at least then looking left, there is still room for it to run if it wants to. The amazing thing about this one is look at the volume. I mean, typically the first typically the first candle, God, first candle is the big one, the first 15-minute candle. But look what's happened in the last two 15-minute candles, including this one. This one still has five, little over 4 minutes to close. And this is going to be the biggest volume bar of the day. I truly wish this were shortable for me, but it is not. 'Cause this is what you call a parabolic move right now. And it's all about the float, 5.27 million in the float. Hey, maybe it's time for a little float discussion. So again, if you're new and you hear me talking about the float, so the float is the available number of shares that can be traded on a daily basis. So let's take a look at Apple. So Apple has in the float 15.62 billion shares. Okay. Now that's not the number of shares outstanding. How you get the float is you take the number of shares outstanding and then you start doing a bunch of subtractions. All the C-suiters, the CEO, CFO, etc., perhaps major mutual funds. because those the C-suiters and the major mutual funds basically cannot trade those shares on a daily basis. So you start subtracting that from the shares outstanding, and that gets you the float. These are the number of shares that can be traded on a daily basis. So, why I don't like trading Apple, unless something stupendous happens, it doesn't move for me. 0.52%, unless something 0.90 relative volume is boring for me. Okay. It doesn't mean if you're into Apple and you're trading puts and calls and you're making money, go for it. It's just not interesting for me. So if we look at MRAI, and by the way, I don't have a maximum float in any of these scans. It's just that if something, but I am looking for things that are having decent percentage moves on momentum and volume. Typically, there's no way, for instance, Apple is never ever going to move 93% with that float unless something insane happens. But here's the float, 5.27 million. Okay. So what is a low float? For me, anything under 20 million. Others might have a different idea. You might say 10 million. If you're used to trading Apple though, with 15 billion in the float, for you, maybe 500 million would be a low float or 100 million. It all depends on what you're used to trading. So for me, my cutoff sort of was 20 million. Doesn't mean I won't trade anything over 20 million. It just, if somebody was going to ask me, well, what do I consider as a low float? I will say 20 million. So the lower that number is when you can get some crazy, crazy moves. Because again, think of it like this. This is the supply of stock. And then when you have high demand for whatever reason, people are saying, okay, insiders are buying stock, or maybe there was a press release, maybe it's an earnings play, or maybe you can't find any news anywhere. It doesn't matter. It's moving. For whatever reason, there's high demand, low supply. It's like any other commodity on earth. What happens to the price? It goes up. Low supply of something, high demand, going to go up. But understand that this can go up this quickly, but it can also drop. Once the demand dries up, once investors get tired of it, and you don't get more people willing to chase this. This can just sink like a stone too. So let me do my housing analogy, which I haven't done in months. I think everybody can relate to this. Then, if you're talking, I think it's a good analogy when we're talking about supply and demand. And you're living in a cul-de-sac. You've 100 homes in that cul-de-sac, and you want to put your house up for sale, and you're the only one. You put it up for sale for, I don't know, say $500,000, and you're the only one in that cul-de-sac putting your house up for sale. And then for whatever reason, the market's hot in that little area, or for whatever reason, instead of only one offer, you're getting 5, 10 offers. Just a minute, my phone is ringing. Just give me a moment. Okay, sorry about that, guys. I was just getting to the interesting part. Just give me a moment. I had to take that call though. Okay, so you've listed your house for $500,000. You're the only one in the cul-de-sac, so that's the low supply. And then for whatever reason, you get a surge of people interested in your house. What's going to happen to that 500,000 that you're offering? All of a sudden, it becomes a bidding war. Somebody offers you 550, the next person offers you 600, the next person 650, 700. You know what I mean? So all of a sudden, your house, which is the only one, oh, so there's your low supply and for whatever reason, high demand. So what's going to happen to that price? It's going to go up. So that's scenario number one, right? However, what happens in the other scenario? You put yourself up. You put yourself or your house up for sale at $500,000, and then your neighbor does the same thing the next day for 500, and two others follow suit. Now you've got four homes there for $500,000. Okay. However, there's only one person interested, but you've got to sell. So you reduce your price to 450. Your neighbor reduces it to 430. Your other guy reduces it to 400. And all of a sudden, instead of an increasing share price or home price, because there's no demand, you want to sell, you're reducing your price. So I think I think people can probably relate to something like that. When it comes to selling your home, high demand, you might list it for something, but if there's big demand, and I live in an area, I am in a gated community, and I've seen it happen. It's amazing. Somebody lists their home, and they do an open house on the weekend, and they get five or six offers coming in. It's amazing. So anyway, that's all about supply and demand. So low supply, the float, and high demand for whatever reason, share price goes up. But when that demand starts drying up, look out below. It's a big cul-de-sac, yes. Probably, but 100 is a nice round number. Yeah, I think it's a combination of both, real. Okay, guys, 11:34. So in about 20 minutes from now, and MRA just made another new high. So far, the demand, and you can tell the demand. Just look at the volume bars, okay? You can tell the demand. Just look at the volume bars. Now, the minute that this volume starts to really drop, it's still pretty good demand. But what if all of a sudden the next candle is like 10,000? Well, it would be more than that, but 50,000 shares. So that's why you can keep it. Excuse me. You can keep track of what the demand is just by looking at these volume bars and in relation to the previous one. So it's not the absolute volume that I look at. It's in relation to the previous ones. I mean, you would think if this were shortable for me, I mean, I'd be really itching to short this. Look at that huge volume pop. Give me a moment, guys. Give me one moment, guys. I have to write an email. All right, guys. I don't know if I missed out on the Getty, but the Getty is starting to move. GDDY. Is it as exciting as MRAI? Nope. But it might be a more relaxing type of a trade if I spelled it right. GDDY. And I go, why did I even see Getty? That's because when I did my pre-market work and I went over the upgrades and downgrades, this was one of the ones that was upgraded. And all I do is I just take a look at what the upgrade price is because understand I don't know what the current price is when I'm looking down that list of upgrades and downgrades. And all I saw was RBC upgrading it to $124. So when I loaded the chart, I thought, wow, okay, this is only a 95. So obviously it's got room to move. A lot of times when we see these upgrades and downgrades, the price target could already be there, which is, doesn't make doesn't help us at all. I wish this Rely. See, look at the Rely, another low, low, low floater, 1.72 million. And we saw this one yesterday. Had a big pop up and then sell right off underneath $1. It's come back again. But when I look left, what do I see? I see 120 could block it. If that weren't there, if the next high was way up here at 150, 160, this would be a really, really interesting one to look at. But, I just look left and I don't see enough room that this could run. Now, just because I'm looking left and I see, some action at 120 doesn't mean it's not going to power right through that, but that's just not the way I trade. Okay, guys. See, rely. Yeah, again, I can't do it. Calm now. Shoot, I missed calm. Ah, so calm. The trigger was at 45.46. It got down to 45.07 before it popped up. Not a huge move. Yeah, MNY, you're right. It is perking up. I took this in the simulator just to demonstrate how to do it. Why it says minus $27 is because remember I took it earlier at 500 shares, got stopped out, retook it just to show you how you can do that. Now in the simulator, if I don't get out of a trade at the end of the day, then it becomes a swing trade, okay, or as long as you want. You can look at it the next day. So if I had a list of stocks here and I don't get out of them, then that's how you can practice swing trading using our simulator. If I want to get out of a stock, again, if I have a list of stocks, I want to get out of one, all I do is I highlight it. So I highlight it so that you can see how it's highlighted. And then flatten it. That will get me out of a trade, half a trade, or I can double my position. Okay. Well, this turned ugly, this RVYL. Look at the market also, guys. They went you really flat going into the close, maybe. We're almost at noon right now. I'm sure a lot of traders are going to be taking off early. So we might have a very flat type market. Not necessarily, of course, the stuff that we look at, but the overall market. And there's the money hero, another one that just came out of nowhere. 77 cents 3 days ago, not even 3 days ago, 2.5 days ago, 70 cent stock. And low float, 14 million in the float. Not crazy low, but certainly low. And I think this is out of Singapore. Yeah, Singaporean stock. I think calm is yeah, egg price fixing lawsuit. All right, guys, getting close to my break. Waiting for another 15 minutes or so. I'll be taking a break. So there's the MRAI, guys. Again, I wish I'd had some shorts available, but I did not have shorts available. And you can just kind of tell, look at this huge topping tail. Doesn't mean it's over, though. It does not mean it's over. But at some point, you've got to expect a lot of profit taking. The stock basically is, well, still basically a double. And at this point, this was more than a double. 128, 128 times normal volume right now. All right, guys, if you're in guess, it just keep an eye on it. There's no reason. I mean, I'm out of it. I should, I wish I kept a big portion of it, but I'm not. I did not. If you're in it right now, no real reason to sell it. It's still kind of hanging around the 80 mark, 2180 mark. No big reason to sell. Well, look at this, guy. So the Rely is again, it may pop right through this area, and it looks like it did. So what was the high right there? The high right there was 120. So you know what? Shoot, am I too late? Okay, I'm definitely watching this one now. Over 120. I'd love to see a little pullback and then go because it's got room. It's got room to about the 150, 160 mark. Okay, maybe I'm going to get my wish here, guys. So this is a pullback right now. A lot of volume coming in. You can see the volume is there. Another very, very low float. My only issue is I'm going to take a break. So there's no way I'm going to, I cannot, because I have to devote 100% of my time to something like this because of the float. If there's any news on this one, this Reliance. So this was news yesterday. Okay, this was some news yesterday on it, and that's probably caused the pop, but then it dropped. Okay, announces a letter of intent for the most significant acquisition to date, without naming the target, is a leading provider, voluntary benefits, et cetera, et cetera. So they're looking to buy somebody. Well, that's the news that hit yesterday. Stock popped up to 107, closed down at 84 cents. So it's trying again, and that is the RELY. The volume, biggest volume bar of the day now. And Pepe, nothing in the combo. Nothing in the combo yet today again. The thing would have been alive the 2 weeks when we had 1,000 companies releasing earnings. Well, guys, keep an eye on that Rely. I mean, as long as it holds over that 115, which is the next high looking left, which is right there, 115. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, 120. I thought for some reason I thought it was 115. So it's got to hold over that 120 mark. So is I think you posted that yesterday, didn't you, Casa? They were going to do a reverse or a financing, not a reverse split, but a financing. Withdraws. Okay, that is yesterday also. So they were going to do a financing, and then they're talking about an acquisition. Is Steve short the Qs? I have no idea, Marty. No idea if Steve is short the Qs. Okay, guys. So what I'm going to do? There's our first one. Pepe. Here's our first one today. MNY. So what I'm talking about is the combination, okay? The combination where you have the abnormal option activity plus the 10-day daily breakout. So you see MNY there, and so and MNY here, option activity, 10-day daily breakout. This is the combo. That's the first one of the day. So what I'm going to do is this could get now. What's the next high looking left? See, I just wish all this stuff weren't here. Imagine if it were a straight shot up to 6 before there was any sort of resistance. Well, let's put another. The problem is that next high looking left is so darn close on the daily. There's 2 days like that. The next day after that is 222. I mean, that is some room. Doesn't mean this is going to get stalled there, but I just have this it's part of my trading plan. I just don't want to take this because of those 2 highs looking left not that long ago. All right, guys, what I'm going to do now is put the YouTube link in. Jamie should be showing up anytime now. Certainly about no later than I think 5 minutes from now. So here is the YouTube link. So if you want to head over to YouTube, he's not there yet. If you want to head over to YouTube and listen to Jamie, Scalpus Supremus. There you are, Jamie. Okay, just give me a moment. I heard Jamie just pop into the room. Okay, guys, so let me get my announcement here on a break. Jamie, can you go to 1 o'clock or do you have to leave earlier?
Hey, Barry, 1 o'clock is fine.
Okay. Dulcet tones. Okay, back around 1 p.m. ET. Okay, guys, so Jamie is in the room. I put the YouTube links in, okay, so you can head over and listen to Jamie. I'm putting myself on mute in the main room now. Jamie, how are you, my friend?
Barry, I am good. This session today is a little strange, but still some trades to be had.
Yes, yes. You being strange because of the holiday tomorrow, and then a lot of people
Correct.
taking Friday off also. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly you've had. I mean, the MRAI was. I mean, unfortunately, I just lost sight of it. But that what an awesome move that one had.
that is true. That is beautiful. I was not watching that one either.
Well, I was watching it. So I have no excuse.
You were watching it and still missed it.
I was watching it, and wanted to take it over $1.60.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, $1.60. Yeah, because if you look left, a couple days ago, $1.63 was the high.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Yesterday's high was a little bit below that.
Yep.
So, and I'd set an alert, and I must have been just talking. I just
Oh,
forgot
I
about it.
mean, if we had a dime for every trade we missed, it'd be a big stack of dimes.
Yeah, they probably turn into dollars for sure. But anyway, you know
I
what? There's
say
always
dimes because
another
I
way.
don't want to think about how much money we really missed out on. But um, you know what the old saying says: "Missed money is better than lost money."
That is the old saying, Jamie.
Hmm.
I've never used it, but that is the old saying. Hey, listen, I know you're a Bitcoin guy, so can you explain to me in 10 words or less what this Binance thing means for Bitcoin, if anything at all?
That's a very good question, Barry. And the appendages, you have Bitcoin, and then everything that's s- been spawned from Bitcoin, a multi-billion-dollar industry, is really nothing more than an appendage. All the exchanges, Bitcoin doesn't care if they succeed or fail because it's
Hmm.
not going to impact what Bitcoin is, the fact that it's the most humongous network on the planet by magnitudes.
Hmm.
Um, so this was all kind of prophesied back in the very beginnings of Bitcoin, is that you're going to see things come and go that are going to blow your mind. And if Binance blows up, well, thanks for playing. Go hang out with FTX now, you know?
Hmm. Okay, so you
Um,
don't see a big, I mean, other than the
well,
fact that people like myself who don't know enough about it might look at that and go, "Oh my gosh, I guess I better steer clear of Bitcoin," as an example.
you saw what happened with FTX.
Yes,
Sure, it's
yes.
going to cause short-term price volatility. Um, But in the end, it soaks in. Well, and this is just my theory and my observations over the past 13 years, is that it doesn't care. The appendages are going to come and go.
Right.
Coinbase might stick around. Coinbase might not stick around.
Hmm.
Now, Binance has always been a slippery slope because they're in Hong Kong. Okay.
Right.
And, you couldn't even get, then they had to do Binance for the Americas. And then even then it was kind of shaky. Right.
Okay.
So yes, can it cause short-term, volatility? Sure. You know, um, Bitcoin's looking pretty stable right now at these levels, but you never know what's going to happen.
Right.
And if Binance, I mean, I haven't really looked at the news today, but I was catching up on all of it yesterday. Has there been any new developments? Like, are they done, or is it just the same
The
as it
only
was
thing I saw, of
yesterday?
course, is that the guy is had to resign and big fine. I don't know if he's going to be put in jail. Other than that, I just look at a headline and I say
Yeah,
Binance was,
ironically, what's the guy's name? Z, whatever they call him.
yeah,
He's old buddy.
CZ.
He's old buddies with Elon Musk.
Yes,
Hmm.
yes.
Yeah.
Actually, the headline was this: uh, CZ come, CZ go. That's the headline that I saw.
And also, too, the SEC is really going after Kraken.
Right. Okay.
So, there seems to be a theme here, right? Now, remember, Larry Fink, BlackRock boy, he's a big,
Hmm.
all the big boys, they want to take control of the industry,
Right.
which is, it fits with the narrative and the modus operandi that I've seen ever since I've been in this business since the early 90s. If they can't buy you out, then they'll do their best to, run you out of business and
Shut
take
you
you.
down. If you
Hmm.
can't buy you out, if you won't do business with us, or as you say, let us buy you out, we'll do our best to shut you down.
Exactly. So
Well,
I think
sorry, go ahead. Sorry.
no, I just think that's the narrative that's playing out right now.
Okay. So, Jamie, I mean, I know you've been in Bitcoin forever. You were one of the early adopters. As far, I'd never even heard of Bitcoin until you started talking about it several years ago. But so, are you? And yeah, you don't have to tell me. But are you in the 100,000 or 100K camp? That Bitcoin, are you really thinking Bitcoin is? And this is not. I don't care what you say. I'm not going to buy Bitcoin. But
Sure.
just out of curiosity, are you in that camp?
That I think it's going to be north of 100,000 at some
Hmm.
point. Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay. I'll sell everything I own now and buy Bitcoin.
Well, I mean, yeah, just because I
Just that's
think
all right.
that doesn't mean it's going to happen,
No, of
obviously.
course
But
not. Of course not.
the,
Of
the the
course
big
not.
factor coming up is the the halving that's going to be next spring, right?
Hmm.
So when Bitcoin first came on the scene, miners, if they found a block with the reward in it, it was 50 coins. Then it got cut in half to 25, 12 and a half. What are we at? 6.25 right now? I can't even remember
I
if
have
we're
no idea. No
6.25,
idea.
but the reward for miners gets cut in half every 4 years, right?
Hmm.
So think about
Okay.
this. Miners are the network. If there
Right.
are no miners, there is no network because all a miner does is allocate resources to the network, right? In the form of fancy computers. So if miners can't make money, then there are no miners, right?
Hmm.
So some would say that Bitcoin is hard coded to go up over time based on the mining algorithm, the halvings, and the difficulty adjustments that the network can make. Because when it's losing mining resources, when the network is contracting,
Hmm.
it lowers the difficulty level, makes it easier to mine coins. When the network is expanding, which we just had the biggest expansion in history not too long ago,
Hmm.
of the network itself, then it ups the difficulty level. So it's like this living, breathing entity, so to speak, right? And it self adjusts. So after every halving, if you can go back, look at every 4 years at what price does after the halving, well, then you'll see the trend. Now,
Interesting.
is it guaranteed to happen next time? Nope. No guarantees in anything in this business. But
Right. Exactly.
but it's going to be interesting. Let's just say that.
Yeah. Okay. Well, listen, thank you for that, and I'm sure the people in YouTube are probably interested in that too. I really have. I mean, I have the most minor knowledge about all of this. Like Marty is saying, I don't understand how Bitcoin is mined, and I know you were a miner. You were a miner, weren't you?
Back in the old days,
There
yes.
you go. So you can tell Marty how it was mined. I will now take my break. Okay.
Very good, Barry. We'll see you when
Thank
you get
you.
back.
Thank you for that, though. Very
Sure,
interesting.
sure.
Okay.
See you later.
Bye.
Okay, ladies and gents, let me just do a little rearranging here so I can see the chat. Okay, just catching up on the questions here. Now, Marty, regarding your question, is Steve short the QQQ? I do not know, but that would sound like a trade that he might be in. Yeah, Marius. Yeah, there's all those theories, but in the end, nobody really knows. And yes, there will only be 21 million Bitcoins in existence. What's up, Chris? What's up, Shaw? Okay, yeah. So as I was discussing with Barry, kind of a weird day just because of the holiday, and markets closed tomorrow, then opened the half day for Friday, which I've always wondered why open the market for a half day. I guess there's some window dressing or accounting that has to be done, but I've always thought that was kind of strange. Now, go long GLNG. This is one that I should have been watching, but I did not. And I tell you what, let's try my new lines here. Da da da. And we'll use this guy. Aha, there we go. Okay. Nice little pop up from that $21 level and a nice little grind up here in GLNG. But just as Barry said with MRAI, I was watching this one and it just you get distracted, you forget about it, and then boom, next thing you know, it's up and you don't want to chase it. So that is the perfect example of missed money today. Yeah, that's right, Shaw. A lot of people lost their bitcoins early in the you know, early in the game. So there are quite a few that are just lost or well, lost. That's the best word to describe it. Yeah, Marius, I've heard all that XRP, blah blah blah. But like our good friend Brian Shannon says over at Alpha Trends, only price pays, right? Big difference in price there. Okay, space. One of the only things that I was really stalking short today, and I tell you what, we'll just use the new widget over here. Still haven't gotten used to these, so bear with me. But there we go. And you know what? I think I can make that line a little bigger. There we go. Okay. So not a bad little break there. Kind of threw a curveball right here, but notice where it bounced up to, right to the black line, which is the VWAP, and then boy, came back down here, took another stab at it. Second mouse gets the cheese on this one from a buck 98 down to a buck 92 and change. But space being one of the more liquid, thicker, low dollar stocks that is out there. Good old Richard Branson putting up his rockets and whatnot. So this is one where you can get, decent size, and if you make 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cents on it, you can knock down some pretty good money there. So decent on the space short today. All All right, Marty, just reading your question here. Thinking about a swing in Triple M, can you give an opinion? I will do my best. So let's just take a little gander here. Okay, and I redid my charts here. I think that's my 10 period. I just have the wrong color on it, but let me verify on the daily here. Do, 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 do. Yeah, that's my 10. Okay. Over here it's green, over here it's not. But in any case, here's Triple M on the daily. The 10 period's been acting as that little level of support, apparently. Now up here, I forgot what the purple is now. Need to recolorize these. Purple is the 130. Okay. So I like this action right here, putting in the bounce right there on the 10 again, and then my eyes are drawn to this level here. Gotta get used to using these guys again. Okay, so looking good. Got the bounce off the 10 period as of the close yesterday, and we're heading back up here. So looking good. You know, the good news is if I were to take a swing trade here, okay, I don't get an arrow. Well, forget which one of these is the arrow. Okay. Anyway, still not very proficient with these new arrows, but right below this level here. So yesterday the low was 94.46. So with a swing trade here, I'd just say, you know, size accordingly if I were to do it, and probably put a stop. You know, this is a high price stock, so I'd probably put a stop somewhere slightly below 94. Um, but assuming, you know, everything doesn't fall apart on Friday and Monday, this thing's got a good chance of bouncing back up to this level. And, you know, depending on what it does up here, ideally you'd want to see a close above that level to start the new lag, which, you know, bottoms of these candles are right about here. But I'd say that's a decent looking swing trade right now with acceptable risk. So, Marty, hopefully that makes sense to you. All right. MRAI have to have your scanner settings set to catch it on November 9th. Well, yes, that would be nice. Yeah, well, Marius, on that topic, we're talking about the technical implications over here. Just about everything is low volume today, since it's the day before, you know, that big holiday that we all like to celebrate. Sure. And the way I was deducing that stop, Marty, is just over here. Let me just use my pen here. You know, right there on that candle right there. That's where we got the bounce off the 10. Okay. Now, depending on, you know, where you like to set your levels, I mean, we could easily move risk. You know, if I said just slightly below there, right? But if these things do tend to go to that level, they like to exert maximum pain typically. So, you know, if it did fold over and it was edging down to the low of that candle, I wouldn't even be surprised to see it hit this level, right? And then it's either going to bounce back up and reclaim the 10 period, perhaps, or maybe settle in down here if it goes the other way. Average true range and add that to your stop below for wiggle room or half of an average true range. Well, when it comes to things like this and scoping out potential support on the daily, you could fold average true range in there, but I would just mark it off on the chart where I felt comfortable. Okay, it has to go here based on what we see on the charts. Personally, I wouldn't even bring average true range into it, but that's just me. I mean, to me, that just seems like you're bringing in another variable that's just going to add a little bit of chaos in there. So let me know if that makes sense. Well, that's not a bad habit to get into, Marius. We're all wrenching on things all the time. And of course, we like to have our favorite windows, right? But coming up with new things, I mean, you constantly have to be, I wouldn't necessarily say innovating, but looking for new opportunities, right? I mean, that's what we always do in the markets. We look for opportunity. I find it kind of humorous because, a lot of people are like, now what I do in the markets is I look for opportunity. Well, yeah, that's kind of the whole shtick here. We're all looking for opportunities. Now, opportunity manifests itself differently for each and every person. What I deem as an opportunity, someone else might not, and vice versa. But then we might see eye to eye on some things. Like, if I buy a stock, hopefully number go up. If I sell a stock, hopefully number go down. Some things are universal. Yeah, Triple M's only cranked out 1 million shares. Usually it cranks out just a little over 3.5 million. But yeah, low volume today. Now, interestingly enough, who would have ever thought that TLT would be a good scalping mechanism? But I mean, look at this peel off in the bonds today. 91.26, almost a full point. Now, I don't toy around with TLT. It's a little too big and spready for my taste, but you just got to go down a notch to the smaller guy, right? Same action, just smaller price and a lot more liquid. But TMF up from this little level up here, 510, takes a little header down to, this is a good 10-cent move. This is a very liquid instrument. So TMF for the bonds, and then Boyle. Kind of weird today because Boyle pretty much, got that swoopy down action too, just kind of not exactly like TLT, but a big down move nonetheless. Once again, used to trade Boyle when it was, $3 and $4. But of course, they have to keep reverse splitting these ETFs because of the time decay. So if you ever see a good Boyle trade, you might want to consider UNG. All right. Same song, same dance, 589. You know, this one's really thick, so not too shabby. Take advantage of those moves on natural gas and the bonds. Thanks for that, Chris. So Lance, if you're looking for that discount, Chris just dropped it in there for you. All right. So what else is one? Let's see here. I found it odd that all the smaller, well, can't say smaller. We all know who Barclays is. They gap Barclays down today, and usually this thing just has a magnet to the upside, but can't really get much going today. And of course, I watch Goldman Sachs. I don't necessarily trade it, but typically we're not going to get a whole lot of action in the banks unless Goldman is leading the charge. Little trickle down effect there, but you know, just finding a home up here at the upper end of the range and going sideways for now. There were a couple of big rippers off the Dawn of the Dead today. Now we keep seeing Rely come through here. My unusual number of prints, and of course, no big surprise to see it as one of the big race winners today. And boy, this thing, and this is one of the best habits to get into. If you do have some races up, they'll win races right off the open, but that doesn't necessarily mean that's going to be their move for the day. Now, this is a classic example. If we just show the top 10 here, you know, Reli's been all over the map today, winning races from the open all the way up to this little break right here. But what a nice little break that is. So, I need to practice what I preach here. I get too distracted. But the goal is always to populate race winners into a custom list, have a separate window that is telling me when those race winners from earlier in the day are starting to pop highs or lows, right? So imagine if you would have been using that concept here, and then boom, you get the alert as RELI is crossing over the dollar threshold here with some pretty low risk down here. And we'll just mark that off as well because entry bar here, 5, 10, 15. That's pretty low risk right there. And then we've got the reward area all the way up here. Not too shabby. Now let's take a look at some of these other winners. Well, we know what this one did, don't we? We know what this one did. Give me 1 second here, ladies and gents. Back in a flash. Okay, pardon me. Just like we need to follow through with our processes, right? The one I'm describing right now, taking the race winners in the first 5, 10, 15, 30 minutes of the open, putting them into a custom list. And that would have given us not only MRAI, but RELI as well. So, I mean, doesn't get much better than this, ladies and gents. I mean, that is just so much goodness there. What was the risk here? Entry candle, 5, 10, 15. Right about there. Entry, 5, 10, 15. I mean, two really low risk trades that just performed phenomenally, all from Dawn of the Dead. ITRM, not really my cup of tea, but the price action is similar. Bivy, look at that guy just straight up. LPTX, not even that bad. Looking at this level right here, is right there. Not a bad technique, ladies and gentlemen. All right, let's just round these top 10s up. MYO, no setup there. A little thin for my taste, but appears to have still worked. Oh yeah, BKKT. This little stock was down at what, 80 cents? Ooh, 64 cents before earnings and now residing at $1.70, so up a dollar and change just since earnings. Which that's been a common theme as of late. These high-flying IPOs finally get beat down to a buck, plunge below a buck, and then make speedy recoveries. But there's been a ton of those here lately. All right, back to questions here. I thought the races made a list for you. Why not a top list? That's a good question, Finley, and they do produce a race for you, right? But had I been diligent about my process earlier, and as I said, I got distracted. Every time I see a race winner, if I would have put it in a list and had an alert window pointed to it, then that window is going to tell me when that stock is hitting a high or low. The race window won't necessarily do that for you, But you made the comment about a top list, right? And of course, we all know that these guys are all, getting their data from the top list, right? So here's the top list for Dawn of the Dead. We're just simply focusing on the change from the open column, right? Now we could create a custom top list for that and look for, say, position and range hitting a high. Basically, just the same way to ask for a new high in an alert window. So, Finley, let me know if that makes sense to you. So, because, just to reiterate, while the races will show us the stock that's winning for the column and the time frame that we want to see, if, you know, just think about it from this perspective, okay? Um, okay, so here, let's trying to find the opening candle. Here we go, right here. This is the open. So it was winning many races, before the swoon down here, hit highs, swoon down, came back up, tried to attack them for the second time, succeeded, right? So had I had this in a list pointed to an alert window, I would have gotten the alert right about here that, hey, it's cracking a buck, it's hitting a daily high for the day. So hopefully that breaks it down there for you, Finley. Okay, Vivi. We already, I think that was also, yep, Dawn of the Dead race coming across the high options volume. Kind of a slow start for this window this morning, but it always produces something interesting typically. Let's see, what was the one yesterday? I think it was this guy here. Yeah, Jen. This was a nice one yesterday. Compliments of turbo brakes down. And it was this level here where it presented itself for a decent short from approximately 21.35. Yeah, good 35-cent move there. Was, take some fierce bounces, but was weak by the end of the day. Not doing a whole lot today. Earnings were a while back. And of course, everybody's familiar with SHOT. Ever since this run up and this big washout candle up here. Now, interestingly enough, notice where it's trying to stop right now over here on SHOT on the daily, right there at the 10 period. Let's expand this out a little bit. And I think that's the entire history for SHOT. So I think some of you know what I'm about to do here. I'm going to anchor the VWAP. Let's see here. Where did there we go. Okay. We'll just anchor there. Okay. So I anchored the VWAP to the first day of trading. Notice the purple line. All right. So interestingly enough, just plowed right through that anchored VWAP and is attempting to be backstopped by the 10. Interesting. Actually, Finley, for example, this alert window here and this alert window here, it's very simple. I have no filters. I just have new high as new low as the alert. Over here, I just have new high as the alert. So not a 5-minute high, just if it's hitting a high for the day period, then I want to know about it. Now, of course, these two windows right here are just pointed to a specific list, okay? Happens to be the same list that this top list is pointed at right here, because that's all I want to see on this top list, right? Just my little universe of about 100 stocks that I'm constantly weeding and adding to. So I'll know when any of those stocks are hitting a high or a low. So you would use the same process. Like I could have easily, as these let's pretend it's the open and I see RELI, just want to race. Okay. Could be, anywhere right off the open here. So let's just say it won a race on that little run up right there. All I would need to do is add it to my list, either manually through the tools and the list. But the easiest way, most of the time, I'll just say, send this to a symbol list, send it to my faves. Boom, then it's in there, right? Then, if I added the race 5, 10 minutes after the open, right? And then all this time passes, and then later on it comes up here and pops a high right here, then it would have come through this window. I could have pulled it up, sized it up, and go, it looks great. Risk is low, decent volume. And by the way, check out the volume in this guy today. I mean, for today, that's some crazy 5-minute volume going on. Divide by 100, and you get a factor of right at 14 and a half. And just a paltry 125 on relative volume. Now, why is that? Because the float, I mean, we talk about low floats all the time, but usually if it's 20 million or under, we'll consider that a low float. This is a really, really, really small float, 1.72 million shares. So, what's it flip the float over? It's traded 5 million shares. So at least 3 times it's traded that float today. That's a lot of turnover. Let's see here. New high alerts will alert you no matter what time of day or candle. That's correct. That's correct. Anytime it hits a new high for the day, even if it's by a penny, then that's when you're going to get that alert. For example, let's see, when did rum fire off here? Okay, so rum just came through as it was hitting its low for the day. And you can see prior low was right here, but now we're hitting new lows for the day. On the other side of the coin there, PSNY, you can see it just topped out at 210. It's printing 210 again. If PSNY prints 11, that'll be a new high for the day. I see your question to Chris there, Marius. I would say probably not. She's very busy behind the scenes. Bivy, still trying to do more. This is more what we consider a traditional low float. 13 million. I mean, Rely is more like what we would call a micro float. All right, ANGH, giving up the ghost a little bit. So, Michael, I'm not sure what you're asking me. Which stocks have good fundamentals that you can stay in as an investment? You know, unfortunately, I wouldn't know anything about that. Um, I'm not a fundamentals guy, and when it comes to the market, I'm a trader. Uh, I don't even have, well, in my IRA, will do some swing trades, right? And I'll be in the market, quote unquote, for that. Um, but from an investor standpoint and sizing up companies based on fundamentals and what I think is going to be a good long-term hold, man, I'm no good to you there, for that type of information, you know, uh, just like we always say here, you really, if you want to get that type of information, you need to consult a registered investment advisor, because they're legally allowed to give you investment advice because they hold certain licenses. Not that those licenses are really worth a whole lot since I've held all of them in the past. But yeah, if you want investment advice, which companies have good fundamentals and which companies may or may not be good long-term holds, you're going to have to seek out that registered investment advisor or a Series 7 licensed stockbroker. In other words, somebody that can legally give you that type of advice. All right, MLYS. Little thin for my taste, but it does happen to be at all-time lows. That's the little blank in the window there. And if we look at this guy, he's breaking down. We look to the left. There's nothing there, right? Let's take a zoom out on the weekly, right? Not looking good for MLYS. And the volume's kind of high today, and it's a low floater, but definitely in the hole, as Barry would like to say, or at all-time lows. I know Barry likes trading these from time to time, just as I do. All right, Peppy. Peppy trying to do his good deed there and help out a fellow trader. Sure, Chris, no problemo. I will drop the cloud link into the chat for you just by right-clicking. Save that guy. Okay, here's the cloud link for the Dawn of the Dead race. I must give proper credit to Andy Lindloff, who created the Dawn of the Dead top list many years ago and has turned into one of my favorite races to watch. All right, Paulson, backtesting timestamps are in ET, but my alerts timestamps are in PT. I am in PT time zone, so I need my backtesting results to also have the same. All right, Paulson, let me know if you've tried this out, and if you haven't, give it a shot. Okay, so what you're telling me is you need to adjust the time zone for your trade ideas in your back test. Let me just reread that question, make sure I don't have it reversed. Okay, so you need your timestamps to be in Pacific time. Yep. Okay, so what you'll do is you'll find the TI toolbar. You'll go to Tools and Options. Once this panel pops up, then you will go to Time Options, and then you can pick the time frame. So you can see you have the option for local time, which is going to set it to your local computer, or you can pick the time zone specifically. Right. So let's just find Pacific time here, which these don't appear to be. Okay, it's 2 hours from where it's 9:37 Pacific time. So there we go, right there, Pacific time, US and Canada. So Paulson, that's the way you do it. Once again, yes, I don't want to change mine. Tools, options, and then time options. That should get you sorted out there. Yep. Rum trying to get a little soft here. Big spike up, slowly grinds down, broke right here, 501. So it's only down 3 cents, but looks like it might have some room if the sellers continue. Cisco, been really surprised to see Cisco popping through a lot of my scanners lately, but earnings and all that. tend to come on, you can do it. There we go. Ever since that gap down, it's starting to settle back down, but for a while there, Cisco was moving not like Cisco, moving more like one of these low float rip stocks. Right, Paulson. So once you make that change, you might want to log out, log off, and log back on, or the easiest method just to get all the settings to stick, come over here on account, hit reset connection, and then all your timestamps should be in your preferred time zone. What about PLCE? Let's see here. Yeah, this one's been pretty active. Well, everything is with earnings, but yeah, earnings putting in that big wick 2 days later, mind you. This was the earnings day here, 16th. Let's find out where. Okay, so it stopped. My eyes are immediately drawn to that level. And look all the way back here. I mean, all the way back here, 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 and once again, pretty close. Okay. So from a swing trade perspective, right? You know, a lot of people that I talk to that are a lot more active on the swing side than I am wait until the last 30 minutes sometimes of the market. That way they're going to get a good idea of where that candle is going to close, right? So ideally, once you saw the close on this guy right here with the wick extending down to those levels that we just looked at, that would have been a great time to make that entry. All right. Risk is clearly defined. If I would have made this trade on the close on this day, then my stop would be a few pennies outside that wick. And just hope that, we always hope that the stop doesn't get hit, but that would have been my identifiable stop there. So if we purchase somewhere around 19, a little over 2.5 point risk there. So depending on how much you're willing to risk, that would be your size. Marius, I'm not sure what your question is there. Orange highlighted name. I'm looking at the StreamYard chat, not the YouTube. So if it's on YouTube, I don't know. All right, Benji, your question is, how can I see how much volume is coming in or being lost in real time as opposed to overall? Okay, that's a good question. So, overall volume, we've got shares, and then we've got, you know, right under there, relative volume. But this isn't exactly the best thing to look at real time because volume can dry up even though relative volume is high, right? So, you know, we got the old school stuff like, okay, we can see that all the volume bars right here are pretty small, but that's kind of hard to pay attention to. So let's just focus. I'll pop this top list out. We'll focus on that for a second because that's one of the reasons I have this top list. Like I said, it's got a lot of my favorite stocks in here. But, once again, just because Rely had high volume, and we can see right here, high relative volume, but also too, let's just sort by 5-minute volume. Because when, say half the day's over, if I'm trying to find the stocks that have volume in them right now, then I'm going to look at these. If I was trying to do that right now, well, I'd take a look at these 5 or 6 stocks right here because 5-minute volume a reading of 100 is normal volume for the 5-minute time frame, as well as all the other smaller time frames like the 10, the 15, 30, the 60. 100 is normal. So our ELI is still doing a little over 7 times more on the 5-minute time frame. So this tells me that there is still volume, lots of volume coursing through RELI as we speak. Same thing for ATPC, still doing 4.5 times. PACW, well over 3 times normal 5-minute volume. Whereas you can see quickly, most of the stocks on here are doing well below their normal 5-minute volume, telling me that don't expect too much out of them because with volume levels like that, you got to have a little oomph. But usually they're not this low. But given the day that we're in, we're seeing a lot of things take naps today prematurely. DF, I do not think these are recorded since they're daily. Thanksgiving meals are about sides. Well, I was just thinking about this the other day. I'm like, I bet if everybody didn't eat turkey on Thanksgiving, the turkey industry would probably implode on itself because, you know, well, there you have it. But yeah, you gotta have those good sides, Circle. And this year we're not even doing turkey. We're doing a Texas brisket for Thanksgiving this year. So of course you gotta have those proper sides with that as well. And in perfect circle, it depends on who made the turkey as well, right? If the turkey's all dried out, then yeah, it's easier for the sides to be better. Turkey cooking is a fine art, and I can honestly tell you I'm not the best at it. I didn't think we were recording these dailies, but I could stand corrected. I know we used to record the older 5 p.m. Eastern webinars that we used to do, but to my knowledge, I didn't think we were recording these support sessions. Thanks for that, Peppy. Yeah, sorry about that, Michael. I thought I talked about PLCE, but I might have got distracted. I know we'd pulled it up, right? Yeah, so I don't know, maybe you just missed it. What I was talking about with PLCE is, look at all the times it's bounced off this level here. Okay, way back here in 2020, again, another time here, just back in June, and now, thus far, come on, you can do it. It has bounced off that level one more time. So my comment was this: I'm not in this, probably won't be in it. But to me, the ideal time to take a stab at this was towards the close on November 20th, right? Because this wick had been put in, and then we can use that as our stop. So if we bought it on this day, slightly outside of here was our stop. Now, what's it going to do from this point on? Well, it looks, if the buyers stay in it, I think, these levels over here probably going to play a role. Let's just go ahead and drop another line there, right? So now, if it gets a little bit more oomph in it, you know, I'd say for continued bullish action, we need to get above this level here, 2050-ish. If we see a nice close, if a daily candle close above this level, well, then we've got, another little level to contend with here. But it's looking good thus far. Of course, I wouldn't make an entry at this point because it's a little chasey. But if you're in it from the 20th with that wick slightly outside of that wick as your stop, then it's got a good shot at working. So Anthony, I hope that makes sense. Or Michael. Immediate thoughts of Van Halen coming to mind. All right, not a lot going on here. That thing looks like a meat grinder today. Okay, we getting a little action from gas. I guess earnings were yesterday pre-market. Pretty crazy on the options today. Options volume 3 times normal. Relative volume 4. But here's the sign. Must be a low floater. Yep, 30 million. Not too small. It's only traded 520,000 shares though. Can you describe how you would set your intraday stops and re-entries on stocks like RELI and MRAI today once you've entered on the breaks? Well, it's really a one and done thing here. Okay, pre-market here. Now, once these opening range breaks like you're seeing right here occur, there's not really any re-entries to be had, right? Um, I mean, it's a certain occurrence, right? So had I been fortunate enough to make the trade in RELI today, you know, who knows where I would have, gotten out, you know, would have been here, would have been on the pullback, would I have stayed in half and, you know, given the rest back to break even? Because there's usually only one opportunity to hit these things on the ones that really go, right? Now you can see here, after the entry was made in this candle right here, which was just under 2 hours into the open, it wasn't like off to the races immediately. We had to sit around for 10 minutes, maybe think it was going to, came back down to our entry level. But, once the bet is made and the stop is placed, it might fluctuate back down to break even. It might not. Okay. This one just kind of flopped around for 10, 15 minutes and then took off, right? But our stop level was down here, never even encroached on break even, really. Got close. So there wouldn't really be any re-entry on this one. Now, having said that, this one went up nicely, but it did it violently, right? A lot of the times they'll take a leg up and then, this is the pattern here. It's just too stretched out for a second entry. If this was flat as a board and we didn't have these wicks right here, then sometimes they can set up again and then boom, you get that second pop. But this just is not a good example of that. MRAI, let's look at that one as well. Okay. Once again, you can see here, once the entry was made, it was just up, off to the races. So I see the addition to your question there, or just how I would exit. Well, I would try to look left to see how much room we have, just like Barry's always talking about. So let's say I would have made the entry today at $1.90-ish, right? Which is about right here. And ironically, that's let's just get this down to right there. Okay. That's as it was busting through this level back here. So, you know, using rudimentary analysis here, well, we'd have room to here or here. Um, and it did not disappoint. It actually pushed all the way up, and look where we're up to now. See these levels back here? So, had I been in this trade and just stayed in it the whole time, and then when it was up here pushing around, if I would have seen this, I'd be thinking to myself, this might not be a bad place to exit. Of course, give it a little time because I mean, who knows? Sometimes these things get really crazy. It might have went completely blotto. We've seen that in some of these other stocks, but you wait and see, and look at this level back, these levels way back here, and you don't have to be a chart reading guru to see that. I mean, if I can see it, anybody can see it because I'm probably the least technically proficient person at the firm. So once again, when you're trying to pick your exits and you have something that's working well, whether it's to the upside or the downside, except upside, we're looking for potential areas of supply, and then on the downside, potential levels of support.
Jamie,
Very.
when you say the firm, I can't help but I can't not think about Tom Cruise.
The firm.
The Firm.
When did I
Remember
say
that
the
movie?
firm? When did I say the firm?
You just said I'm probably the least technical person at the
Oh, oh,
firm.
oh, 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 yeah, 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 yeah.
So I
That
immediately
was a
thought
great
of
flick.
that was a great flick. That was one of his original flicks, and everybody talked about, man, can that guy run? And then if you notice, he runs in just about every movie, and that's because he was a distance runner in high school or college. So he
Uh-huh.
has running capabilities.
I was
There's a
unaware that
fun
Tom
fact for
Cruise
you.
went to college.
Well, then high school, okay, but whatever he did, he was a runner. Okay,
I
so
see. I see.
now
Hey, and
I would sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, didn't the firm have Wilford Brimley in it?
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
It
yeah,
did, yeah. Uh-huh.
yeah, yeah, yeah. It's one to watch again, because I was hope. Well, I better not spoil anybody who hasn't seen it. Okay, close your ears.
Yeah.
I was hoping they were alien, not just mob. No, it wasn't just a mob. I was kind of hoping for something even more outlandish. But anyway, uh, I
Wait, wait, wait,
digress.
wait. Who was an alien?
There were no aliens. That's what I'm saying. I was kind of hoping that the big twist was going to be that they were actually aliens.
Oh, well, no, if you want that twist and also a Wilford Brimley movie, I think you have to watch
Oh,
Cocoon.
Cocoon. Wow, that's an old one. Yeah,
Yeah.
Steven Gutenberg.
Yep, yep. Uh-huh. I remember that guy. He's still
Yeah,
around. I mean, he's just,
yeah. So listen, I was listening to you talking about re-entries and all that,
Mhm.
and yeah, I completely agree with the like when you look at MRAI,
Right.
and unfortunately it has that that big wick.
Mhm.
What I do say to people though, and you never know. I mean, you never know. Maybe it takes out that high at the end of the day. But yeah, I always talk to people and say, listen, I mean, some of these ones that were crazy in the morning, they kind of rest for maybe several
Yep.
hours,
Uh-huh.
and then keep
Uh-huh.
watching them maybe 1:30, 2 o'clock. And if they take out the high of the day, there are people like me who will get definitely interested in them. And
Now, if this, if that wick wasn't there and it just tightened up right
yes,
up here without all this,
yes,
malarkey here, well
yeah,
then, yeah, they set up for second entries sometimes. But,
exactly.
you know,
For those of us who may have missed it the first time, even if I had taken it the first time, though, okay, these things just seem to have a life in the last maybe couple of hours. Not all of them, but a
sure.
lot of them that were crazy for the first in the morning, and they just do nothing for a while, and then all of a sudden they explode again. Just look at the volume. Just look at the volume bar, say on a 15 or a 5 minute, and if it starts increasing and it hits a new high, could be an indication to get in.
Absolutely. And, one thing's clear today. There's a buyer in MRAI,
Yeah,
and there probably still is a buyer in it, but
yeah.
they got to give it some time
Got to give it some
and see
time.
what's
I mean,
up.
actually inclined that if it gets over 3 again, I may get in. I may
Sure.
get in.
Yeah.
I'm going to put an alert around 310. Because that wick, that tall wick, I don't know how many shares were traded way up there. I mean, it's hard to know exactly how many shares were traded right up there, but anyway, so I heard you're talking about no turkey. Okay, you're going to do the what, the Texas what? Texas barbecue or Texas
Oh yeah, brisket. It's going to
brisket, the
be a Texas
Texas brisket.
Thanksgiving.
All right.
Yeah, and there were 4
Yeah.
million shares traded in that 5-minute candle there.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. All right, my friend. Well, listen, I'll let you go now if you want to start preparing that brisket a little early.
Oh no, it's
Oh no,
Jamie's not cooking this year.
Jamie's not cooking this year. Okay.
It's catered from a place that's very famous
Oh,
here.
nice.
Um, it's yeah, allegedly one of the best in town.
Okay.
Um, but yeah, hey, barbecue is more like a cult here, Barry.
Oh yeah.
In
Oh,
West
of course.
Texas. So
I think of
and
Texas. I think of Kansas. I think of uh, maybe Oklahoma, but yeah,
Oklahoma.
Texas. Yeah.
All right, my
Yeah.
friend. Well,
Okay.
hope
Have a
you
great
have
Thanksgiving, Jamie.
I hope you have a nice day off
I
tomorrow,
will
and
have a day off. Yes.
then we'll boy, I wonder what I mean, are you going to be in the chair Friday?
Yep. Yep.
Yeah, I
I
mean,
don't
you
know if
got to see what
I'm.
happens.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what's going to happen. I may not do a lot of pre-market work. I may just kind of join on the open, and I don't really like trading the half day because I do like first of all I don't like trading in the first half hour, so that already cuts off half an hour. So
Yeah, yeah, I
so I
hear
don't
you.
really like trading in those half days. But sometimes you find a gem. You just find a gem. So I'll be
That is
there.
true. That is true.
I'll be
Okay,
there.
well, I will see you then and enjoy your day off and happy Thanksgiving to everybody in the chat room. And I hope you guys have a great one. And we'll see you next week.
Yeah, you bet. Thanks, Jamie. Bye
All
bye.
righty. Ciao.
Let me get back into the main room. Here we are, back in the main room, guys. Okay, so looking at gas, yeah. I mean, looking at gas. I mean, this showed up in the option scanner at 661. It was right just as I was sort of getting off my break, 1247. That was the time at 661, and it's got room. It's got some room. Come on. In fact, I have to get a monthly chart to see where it could stall. You know what? I don't know where it's going to stall, guys. I don't know. Maybe this started trading as like it was a different symbol. I mean, I'm going back to 2019. So I think, yeah, I mean, I don't care. For me, there's really no support. Sorry, no resistance. Okay. For me, I don't see anything on gas, GASS. I know it says a position and lifetime range of about 50%. So my guess is that, I mean, I go back far enough, I might see some highs around 10 or so, or maybe this was another symbol and it turned into gas. I don't know. But as far as I can see, there's really not a lot of resistance. And again, I'm not in it anymore, but the guess is still hanging in there. If you had taken this and didn't get out where I did, and you're still holding it, I wouldn't get out of it yet. I mean, it's the float too, 26 million in the float. That's very low. And so, if it gets any volume, now it could go down. Obviously, it could drop, but right now, I mean, it's just sort of hanging steadily here. Is gas earnings also? Okay, I didn't know that. Let me take a look. November 21st pre-market. So it looks like it was yesterday earnings, which I guess caused the pop. So if you go back to 2000, okay, so you go back to 2016, and again, do we care? You do? Okay. I don't. But thanks for pointing it out. Okay, well, let's watch this one now. See if it can hold here and then maybe move. Again, the alert happened at 661, so it really hasn't moved that much. There's the option scanner. It happened at 661 right there. So I did put an alert for MRAI. Amy and I were talking about this in the YouTube room. So I did put an alert over $3, and you guys have you've been in the room long enough. You've heard me say that some of these ones that really go crazy in the morning, and then they do nothing for several hours, and then sometime in the afternoon they can go crazy again. The problem with this one is maybe that wick way up here. If it had been just a little over three, but I don't know how many shares were actually traded up here. So, but I've put an alert over three for the MRAI that could get it going again later on. But as always, we want to see volume. So I mean, if even if it somehow if it does pop above here and I had a price alert on it, but I look down and I see no volume, I won't take it. So there's got to be some volume coming in, and not the absolute volume. Something relative to the previous volume bars show that there might be increasing interest. Oh, shot! Yeah, good for you, Poe, Mister Mister Pullback or Bottom Fisher, whatever you want to call yourself, himself. Nice one. Yeah, no kidding. I don't know where you got it, but yeah, this looks like it's yeah, let's see all the excitement in the Argentinian election Sunday, and of course, hit the markets on Friday, on Monday. And let's take a look at the country, but you can just see what's happening a little bit now. This is the country ETF, doesn't trade very much, but this is the country ETF. My guess is that most stocks that you're going to see are going to be like this in Argentina. And this is an area. Let's take a look at I don't know, PAM. Yeah, so you look at PAM, not quite as bad as your as the country index, but all right. So gas is actually right back at the alert. So I don't know about it now. You see, the other thing is that I didn't think it really had a ton of room. Obviously, looking left, yes, yes, but I mean, I'm looking in the pre-market, a little pop up here to 7. So I don't know about that wild about it now. and brag. All right, guys, I'm going to do a video now. Let's see, what time is it now? 108. So 109. So I'll be back at about 119. No later than, should not be any later than 119. So putting myself on mute now. I'm back. So Michael Anthony, I mean, again, you've been in this room long enough or following in YouTube or whatever for years. I'm not a swing trader. So I can't, I have no idea what's going to look good long term. Okay. You mentioned Cisco had an earnings beat. Yeah, maybe. I'm just not a swing trader. I mean, look, if it maybe if it comes back over, but you know what? I mean, this got hammered down on earnings. So yeah, I mean, it's trying to come back a little bit, but I mean, it went from 53 down to 46. I don't know. I mean, maybe it'll be bottom fishing, people coming into this one, but I certainly could never say to you, oh yeah, I think that's a good longer term trade. Look at the stock composite rating, 47. So as a long term, and you can see because I mean, it obviously did not do an earnings beat, and technicals don't look good underneath the 200-day moving average. That's not to say it couldn't have a nice little run, but I can't predict that. And as far as food companies are concerned, I have no idea, Michael. Give me a name of one. Okay, we'll just look at the chart. Trudy, Trudy, Trudy. No, the markets are open, full market day, 4 o'clock Eastern time. Tomorrow, of course, they're closed. It's Friday. Friday that they close at 1 o'clock Eastern time. Yes. Yeah. Wow. Look at the stupid body. Look at this body. So that's funny. But anyway, yeah, the reverse split today taking effect. Not a lot of volume, 181,000 shares, 37 times normal. Yeah, it's on the halt scanner. I know. That's why I was looking at it up here and I looked left and well, at first when I clicked on it, I see it halted. Now, this is not shortable for me. Typically, companies that do reverse splits the day of, for me anyway, at Interactive Brokers, not shortable. So they said, I actually jokingly said this morning, I mean, what they did, they came out with some news this morning saying, you know what? If you go to our website, I think it's BODI. I think they've sort of rebranded themselves, BODI. Go to our website, and if you sign up for free, we'll give you a 10-minute exercise to do between stuffing yourself with turkey and your dessert. Some kind of a core exercise to help digestion. Well, it picks up, I would say, 90% of them, Trudy. Body is not an IPO, of course, but yeah, it does pick up maybe 90% of them. I still think it's worthwhile though going to the IPO scoop because, if it is an IPO and you click on it, you don't know what the structure is. You don't know, like let's say a stock got you okay, hit the halt and it was at $6, $4. Well, if you don't know what the IPO price was, you don't know if that's good or bad. And also, you don't know how many shares were issued. So that's why I do like looking at the IPO calendar and setting it up. So yes, it'll hit the halts maybe 90% of the time, but once it starts trading, it'll come up on my price alerts window. Not, but maybe only 90% of the time, Trudy. Okay. It's not 100% that it comes in as a resumed. Not 100%. And it's not so much fun. Well, okay, we call it fundamentals. I look at it more like structure. The other thing I want to know, I want to know, is it China? Is it outside the US? Is it China or Singapore? So when I do, let's just do one, okay? And I'm not trying to convince you. If you're happy enough to just to do it that way, that's fine. I haven't really been doing too much regarding IPOs and keeping tab of them, but let's just take a look at what's happening if there's anything next week. All right, so here's one, US Tiger Brokers. Okay, so this is what I do. So this is TDH. What I will do is check to see where they're out of. Singapore. We gotta watch it, guys. Okay, so this is what I do. So TDH, TDTH. I'll put TDTH here. Of course, it's not trading yet. And I right click and create a price alert. $1. Oops, $1. I mean, we know it's going to open over $1, so that it'll pop up on my screen. But here's the big deal. Okay, I want to know the structure. So I can see right now it is 1.9 million. So I'll just type in 1.9 M. 8 is the IPO price, and I will also say Singapore. Okay, well, now I know it's because these are the ones that can kind of go crazy. The ones that are China and Singapore, and then I save it. Done. Now, when it starts trading, I'll know. That my price alert window will pop up on my screen. I'll know. Let's say it starts trading at 6. I'll think, oh, okay, not that great. Because the IPO was priced at 8. What if it starts trading at 9? And I'll go, okay, let's watch it really closely as an example. Okay, here's another one. We'll go not Fubo, but Fibo. Okay, so I'm going to do Fibo. And you can do this on the weekend. That's actually kind of enjoyable. Okay, do the same thing. Create the price alert. $1. Put my notes in. You see, this one is 1 million, and it says 4 to 6. So you don't know what it's going to open at, but it says anywhere between 4 and 6. Um, and let's see where they're out of. Hong Kong, China, guys. I mean, there's another China stock. These are the ones that can go crazy the first day. Save it. Okay, let's take a look at another one. And I can give you this, anybody who's interested in what I'm doing, you can do the same thing. So there's another one. And that they don't have to open, okay? I mean, this says the week up, so it's not 100% that these are gonna open. But whenever they do open, if they open at all, I'll know about it. I'm gonna do this one too, Doka. Let me see where they're out of. So they're out of Florida. So this is a US base. So that's, it doesn't mean that I won't watch it, but I like the other ones they can go crazy. So, but I'll Doko, DOCO, create the press alert, $1. Put my notes in, 1.1 million. Oops. And they're talking about 575. I might as well just complete it. So here's another, whoops, save it. So here's another one, NYX. You see the structure. I mean, there's hardly any shares out there. That's what gives it the potential to do something crazy. These are really, really low price IPOs. I don't care about the big ones. That's me. So here's another one, NYX. Take a look at that one. I'll just put it in. Now I'll be all prepared. Again, create the price alert. $1. Put the structure in. 1.9 million at 4, and do a quick look to see where they're out of. So they're US. So if it's US, I just don't put it. Okay. I know if I don't put anything, that means it's US based. And let's keep going. LGCL. 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 Well, you can see how you can do this on the weekend because you'll have your calendar and you'll see all the ones that are in theory upcoming. You might want to check on Monday or Tuesday to see if there's been any additions, but and so LCGL, well, 3.1 million, between 6 to 7. Oops. And where are you out of? Aha, China. So this is another China stock. And just bear with me, guys. Just a couple more to go. LGCB. Right click, create the price alert, $1. Structure, 1.6, 1.5 million, 4 to 6. And where are they out of? Linkage. This is Linkage Global. Let's see where they're out of. Well, I don't know about Japan, but we'll see. Japan is not quite as exciting. You never know. And the last one, guys, just bear with me. SolarMax Technology, SMXT. Give me a moment. And 4.5 million, $4. And where are they out of? China. Another China stock, guys. So got some China, Singapore, Japan, and a couple of US. So now I'm all set up for next week. If I mean, there's no guarantee they're going to open. So if anybody wants, you can go through the same exercise. This is the if I give you this link, this is what you're going to see. Then all you have to do is just here are the previous ones. You can go back as far as you want. But here's the IPO calendar. So that's going to tell me the upcoming ones. Okay. Anybody wants this, I'll just put the link in. And if it's of interest to you to do it, go for it. But the target price is, I think, to me anyway, it's important because if the IPO if it's priced at $5, let's just say it's priced at $5 and it opens at 3, probably not interesting, right? But if it's priced at $5 and it opens at 7, then you can tell there should be some excitement. But again, I'm not trying to convince you one way or the other, but that's the way I look at it anyway. It's not so much a target price, it's the IPO, right? Maybe, I mean, this might be just semantics. Well, you saw how long that took me, Trudy. So and I actually enjoy it. I actually enjoy doing that because it makes me feel like a mini professional in that I actually did a little homework ahead of time. Okay, guys. So let's take a look at. This MRAI guys, I mean, other than that spike up to the 350 level or so, this is looking pretty interesting for maybe a late day run, maybe. Oh, I know I have an alert set over 3. I'm gonna put an alert at 297. Just the way it's basing, it's not really hasn't, completely fallen out of bed yet. Okay. And as Steve would be saying, it's holding the 10 SMA. There's the 8 EMA is the orange line. 10 SMA is the blue line. That's the beauty of trading. We don't know what's going to happen. It might happen. It might happen, Marius. Yeah, it might go back all the way to 2. We'd have to take out the where's the VWAP on this thing? Well, 261. I mean, that would be pretty critical. 261, got into the VWAP area, and the VWAP, is kind of holding it right now. But if it took out 261, yeah, look out below. But the key, of course, is the volume. I mean, look how the volume has just dwindled. The interesting thing is that even though the volume has dwindled, it's still kind of hanging around the area. What you'd want to see is, a little glimpse of volume coming in here. That again, it's not the absolute volume I'm looking for. I'm looking for like a comparison to the previous candle, something that stands out a little bit. Well, okay, that's one reason. I have my sound toggle off. Just gonna say I've had no new alerts for a while. I just don't think the overall market is probably not gonna do anything for the balance of the day. It's kinda chopping around a bit. Wow, I've kinda lost sight of ARM. Wow, nice. Very nice, I mean, 51 IPO. So yes, it's down from the high of that first day, but boy, this has been a very successful IPO. Which doc chart you're talking about? Oh, you want this? Now, are you sure you want the time frames? I mean, I can share it with you. Um, are you a standard or a premium subscriber, Mary? Talking to somebody in our YouTube room? Because standard, you can have 10 charts, okay? Premium, you can have 20. So understand there are 4 charts here. So if you're a standard subscriber and you've got 7 charts somewhere else, this will not load. You'll get some kind of an error message. So, I mean, I can share it, no problem, but just, remember, you can only have 10 charts if you're a standard subscriber. So here you go. I don't know if you can hear me. Only if you're a premium subscriber. Yeah, you might want to. Yeah, our charting is not the fastest. I mean, I know that, but you might also want to do this, Trudy. If you right click on a chart, do you have user browser interface checked? If you right click on a chart, okay, that if you get rid of that, it may speed it up a bit. Okay, there's not a heck of a lot of difference between the browser interface and what this chart you see here. I mean, it's gonna look exactly the same. There's a slight difference in the look, but you might want to try that and check the browser interface. Okay, Miri. So again, so I've just given you a link with 4 charts. Okay, so I don't know if you're using I don't know if you're using say 7 charts right now from Trade Ideas. If you are, then you can't have that. Okay, it's going to give you some kind of an error message. Okay, so William has been gone most of the day. He did say he'd be back. He'd keep the room open till 3:30 today. Okay, if he's back. I mean, he doesn't. He may not come back, but all right, guys. Well, listen. If you have any questions, I don't know if I'm going to do anything for the rest of the day. I mean, the MRAI is kind of what I have my eye on. If it does have one more push higher, as Real said, I think you're looking at a 5 minute, and I was looking at a 15, and you can see right there. There's the ADMA on the 5 minute on the fifth. Whoop. Okay, just as we're talking, see a little bit of selling coming in, but on the wrong side. Wrong side. All right. There's no right or wrong side, but See a little bit of volume came in and some downward pressure now. The VWAP is 262, so I mean it's still in the area of the VWAP. Well, that's why, I have an alert. I have a price alert. I never take it. I never take the trade in anticipation it's going to break something. So it keeps me out of a lot of trouble. Ooh, this is a nice bounce for calm. Just looking at some of my bouncers toppers. So there was calm 11:08. There was the alert. 11:08 the time. And boy, that was a great bounce. Take a look at GGAL, see if it moved. Oh, you can see this one did not. It had the alert at 13:55 and it kept moving down. GGAL, of course, is Argentina, the bank. B-bar, I think, is the same. Another bank, looking just like GGAL, almost identical. And I'm sharing this scan on my homepage, Bouncer's Topper. So if it's in blue, it's a potential bounce, and if it's in orange, it's a potential top. So you can see there it is. There's the top. So 64.31. Thing is, you get the alert. It doesn't necessarily mean it's going to stop right there, obviously. So you watch this, watch this, watch this. Even if you'd waited for it to trigger at 64.31 on the way down, that wouldn't be too bad. That would have been a dollar move down. No, I did not say I use 7 chart times. I was just saying if you happen to have 7 charts up and running already with trade ideas, you wanted these. There are 4 charts here. Okay, so all I was saying is if you had 7 charts, I don't doesn't matter what time, you had 7 charts already up and running, trade ideas, and I gave you this, it wouldn't load. You get an error message because you're in standard, so you can only have 10 charts. That's all. I don't. This is the time I use daily, weekly. Okay, that makes sense, Yuri. Well, guys, Great time to ask questions if you have any. Keep me interested. Let's take a look at help here. HLP. That's very ugly. Also, Trudy, it depends if you use pre-market data or not pre-market data. I know I do. I know it's controversial, if you will. Our Real does not use pre-market data, so sometimes you'll get different numbers depending if you're using pre-market data. Are you okay? It's not below 30. Are you talking price, Kevin, or RSI? Like what are you talking? Or RSI? Unfortunately, we can't do it. Okay, we don't have. It's not. It's only available as a filter. The only thing you can do The only thing, okay, let me answer holiday. In light blue, a suggestion to go long, okay, and in brown, a suggestion to go short. Okay, that's what it means. So Kevin, there's no way to do that. Not an alert when it goes well. And what time frame are you talking? So this is what we have for RSI. Okay, well we do have that at least. So there's your 1 minute RSI. Now you could do something like this. Maybe bracket it and it'll be up to you, 28, 32. So you'll see stocks between 38. Okay, so you don't, okay, so you don't, well, but it's not an alert. Okay, this is a filter. So you can filter for stocks that are below the 30 or above the 30, but you can't get an alert on the break of it. Ah, okay. So what do you want to do then? You want the minimum to be what? Because you could do so not rising above it yet. Okay, so I mean, could I do something like this? So the RSI is between 25 and 29. So it's not above 30, but it's close. Does that make sense? If it doesn't make sense, let me know. Because it seemed to me you don't want to see it above 30, but you want to see it if it's close to 30. What did I miss? Okay, so that's good. Okay, so there's your filter. And then of course you can either use this as a top list. So you'll see stocks that are, in that range. And or you can create an alert window, but then you need a trigger, and what is going to be your trigger? A new 5 minute high or high of the day or low of the day or something like that. You might want to use it as a top list just so you get a list of stocks that are, in that range. And you don't have to worry about what sort of alert do I get. Does that make sense? Okay, definitely a top list. Okay, cool. So you must be looking yellow and green are your don't repeat options place. Are you looking on my homepage holiday? I don't use that anymore. Okay. This is what I use now. So you're looking at, because I used to have like 200 and 300 on the way up. See, I've only got 150% on the way up and 150% on the way down. So I don't use it anymore. Okay, the 200 and 300. This is just, if that makes sense. I just care about, okay, show me when the stock is at least 150% of normal in terms of option volume, and I'll decide from there. I think what happened is with the 200, I when I first put this together many years ago, I started off with 300%. That was it. In other words, 3 times normal. But then what I was finding is that, a stock is starting to really trade options, and by the time I got to 300%, it may have moved quite a bit. So what I said, okay, why don't I put one at 150, one at 200, and keep the 300? Okay, so I'll catch the ones that are starting to move. But then I just found it too confusing. You're getting so many alerts, because the ones that are at 150 can easily start to go get to 200 and then 300. So I said, you know what, just forget about it. 150 and that's it. All that makes sense. And then of course I'll know exactly. That's my single stock window. So I know that this one's at 346%. I also know here, I have a column on it. Sometimes there is hardly any change at all, Trudy. Sometimes. I've noticed that too. So you're saying there's a bombing at the border, at the Niagara Falls border? Okay, so a vehicle exploded, a vehicle explosion. Hmm. Into the US from Canada. Hmm. Well, no effect on the market yet, if there will be any. 11:40 a.m. Eastern time. So there was really no effect then. We're at 153, right? Yeah, there was no effect really. Pepe. Well, hopefully nobody was hurt. That's the main thing. Never use the MACD. Never, never, never. Yeah, that's not good. So you are in New York, aren't you, Chris? So that's upper state for you? Whew, all right, guys. Well, gas, gas. If you've never been to the falls, it is an amazing, I once, if you're ever in that area, I'm not talking to you, Chris, specifically, but if you're ever in that area, it is on the Canadian side, I have to say, it's pretty amazing. I'm sure it's good on the US side too, but it's pretty amazing. Well, this one kinda moved. Vivi, guys, this has happened at 11:02, 5:47, wow, but very choppy. But it's trying to move here, guys, through the 200-day moving average. It's way too I just don't see any, major moves now. Made in the mist, yes, yes. Well, I may be wrong about the Bivy. Let's look left on the Bivy. Next high looking left is 580 and then 631. So I guess if it can get through 580, I mean, there's a chance that it could get into this area of 640, a chance. Some volume coming in for sure, BIVI. Any news? Let's see if there's any news on this one. I don't see any news today on it, BIVI. You know what, Jim C, you may be right about the shot. I have this thing thumbnailed. That's this thing. This stock thumbnailed, and there's sort of a red bar ignored right there. So what do we mean by that? So here's our uptrend. Then we've got a red bar that is totally engulfed. Let's see if it is totally. So I mean, technically, it's not totally engulfed. Low of that red candle is the same as the low of the previous green one. So technically, it's not, but it's almost okay. So you look at it this way: you have an uptrend, a pause in the uptrend, and then the uptrend continues. That's sort of kind of a mini definition of red bar ignored. Urban just hanging around doing nothing, URBN, for the last little bit. Okay, guys, what time is it now? 2:01. You know, it's starting to move a little bit. I still have this thing thumbnail is that Met C kind of moving a little bit over 17 now. The high of 2 days ago was about 1730, so it is trying to move. I still think they're going to have to come up with some more news, an update. Okay, guys, Met C definitely on the move here. Nice high looking left, 1721. If it broke through 1721, I mean, the next high is 1905, so almost a couple of dollars. No one is saying it's going to get there, but I wish I'd seen it just a little bit earlier. Well, guys, I may put myself on mute for a bit here. I'll hop back on the mic if there's a question, but I'm not really seeing too much right now. So, okay, so I'm going to mute myself right now. Excuse me, guys. So I'm back. So I see the gas is starting to move. Um, Chris, I don't know if you're still listening. Finley in our YouTube room, can you recommend a swing trading prop firm that has no monthly trade requirements and affiliates with our company? We don't have anything like that, do we? And if you can't hear me, then what I'm going to do is just post that into the traders room, our internal room. Okay, so there you go. There you go, Finley. So the answer is no, not with those conditions, as Chris is saying. Okay, guys, probably one last time on the mic. Just going to go over my homepage again one last time. I was thinking of GASS, but I don't know. It's just too, for me, it's just too choppy right now. Definitely not interested in taking any trade now. All right, so on my homepage, this is what you'll see. So at the very top, now I'm not 100% sure when this code is over, but certainly on Friday it's still available. Might be over 11, excuse me, 11:59 p.m. Sunday night. It may be Monday, but I'm not 100% sure. So, but there it is. And yes, I mean there is a Black Friday code that will say Black Friday, but it's still 25% off. So you can use that code right there and you'll get the 25% off. Okay. So if you do use it, that's 25% off, 25% off the first month only or the entire year. And as always, if at some point in time you are going to take out a subscription, I would appreciate it if you do use that code. Come into the room, whatever code is available. Okay, I mean this will expire at some point, but come into the room and use the code. It will really help the room to keep this room free. And if you do take out a subscription, do the get started. It'll take you about 30 minutes to go through the 10 short videos. New to trading, Trading 101, series of videos for you. You can sign up for my stock of the day video. Trade of the week. I wonder what he's going to pick next week. Next week or this week was AI, which was really good for a bit, and then all of a sudden hit hard with some news. But it is free, and you can sign up for it. If you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder, and if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Big education section is here, including our user guide. And then here are my scans. Okay, here are the scans that I'm currently sharing. So if you save my homepage link, you're going to have access to my scans. I do change them up from time to time. Have any questions about them, you just have to ask me. That's about it, guys. And again, if you're not from North America, the markets are closed tomorrow, and then we're open half a day on Friday. And yes, I will open the room, but I'll be in the room at some point. I'm not sure exactly when. I don't think I'll probably do too much pre-market work in terms of scanning and all. I might just show up literally at 9:30. I don't know. But William or Chris will have the room open before then. You won today again, Chris. Now William did say he was having some issues that he wasn't going to be around, so I'm not sure who's going to win on Friday. I don't know what time zone William is in. My guess is the Eastern. Yeah, I was just going to say you guys must both be in the Eastern time zone. Lucky you guys for trading. Not so much for afternoon, but lucky for you guys for trading. Definitely a saner time to get up. Well, there's gas, guys. GASS. It is starting to move. Sort of a red bar. Not sort of. This is a red bar ignored. So, I mean, if you're really, really looking for a late day trade, this could be one. Pre-market high was almost 7. Earnings play yesterday. Stealth gas, bit of Greece. Okay, so owns a fleet of vessels also. wonder if there's one Greek stock on this that trades in US that is not something to do or related to freight. Freight on the sea, ocean going. Hopefully it went well, William. Okay, guys. So again, I'm just going to put myself on mute. If you have a question, please ask. I will hop right back on the mic if I can help you. Okay. Okay. So Garland, if you go to my homepage, so click on my homepage link, and when you do, you'll be at the top here. And there it is, Barry 25. Okay. Remember, that's 25% off the first month only or the entire year. My recommendation, and anybody else who's listening, you can start off with a monthly. And if you do decide at some point you do want to take on an annual, I can still get you 25%. Okay. Wow. So maybe this news is starting to hit. This is getting a little more serious. Look at that spy action. So maybe this news is starting to hit the spy here or the markets. Okay, Garland, did you get that? So again, there's the code you can use, Barry 25 to get 25% off. First month only or the entire year. Yeah, this is related now to what's happening, Niagara Falls, out of the clear blue, not out of the clear blue, but Markets are still positive, but this is definitely wiping out a lot of the gains. That red candle right there, wiping out a lot of the gains. Well, happy Thanksgiving. Yeah, right. Is there a setting on the charts to keep showing the last candle? Is there a setting on the charts to keep showing the last candle? I'm not sure I know what you mean. I mean, this is the last. I'm not sure I know what you mean. Last candle? I mean, obviously, we have previous candles. There's the last candle, but here are the previous candles. There's no setting that you need to. So I must be not understanding what you're looking for. Now, are you talking about like a 1 minute chart? No, you can't be. I don't understand what you mean. When you say the last, okay, so for instance, okay, so if you pull up if you put gas, GASS, and you say a 15-minute chart, what are you seeing? Are you not seeing what I'm seeing? And make sure there's not a little red arrow here that you haven't done something like this. Okay. You see what I did? I scrolled back a little bit. I just scrolled back a little bit, and there's a down arrow, there's an arrow right down here. Okay. And that tells me that I'm not current. Maybe that's what you're doing. Just have to click on it and then you're back. Is that possible? What is that a possibility? Okay. Well, the spy. If I scroll back on the spy, just even one candle. Here, let me make it very clear. It doesn't matter what time frame. So I'll change this though to a 15. Okay, so if I scroll back even one candle, just do it like I'm on my mouse and the scroll wheel. I just did one, and you see how there's a little bar down here, a little right arrow. Is that what you got? And then you click on it, and now you're back to the current candle. I mean, is that possible? If that's not what's happening, then I have no idea. If that's not the reason, just let me know if you have a little right arrow down at the bottom. Okay. Is it possible that maybe it's not well, if you never tried to scroll back on it, then that you wouldn't get that. You only get it when you start to scroll back. Believe me, when we first had our charts, I would have asked exactly the same question, and I got them to add this thing so you knew that you're not current. Because sometimes you just forget you've scrolled back. Even one click, just one little scroll. All I'm doing is I'm just barely moving my mouse wheel, and you get this. But if it's happening, well, you'll know if you see a right arrow in the sort of the bottom right-hand corner of the chart, and that's what's happened. Then you just click on it, and then you're current again. You haven't got that? Well, you haven't got it now, but it's updating, right? Well, let me know if it happens again, and you're 100% sure that you're not that you don't that you haven't done this, but you'll know because you'll see an arrow. So let me know if it's so I don't understand. Are you saying that, for instance, on the SPY 15-minute chart, there is the current red candle. Okay, there's the current 15-minute candle. In about 13 minutes, another one will form. Are you saying that disappears somehow? How about the previous one? How about the previous one to the one before? Doesn't make a lot of sense if that would happen, but I'm not. How about another time frame? Let's go to a 1-minute time frame, okay, so that we get something that is actually going to change. Okay, so here's the current 1-minute candle. There's another 30 seconds. Go to a 1-minute candle or 1-minute chart, okay? On the SPY, doesn't matter. It shouldn't matter, but what chart you're on. But go to a SPY 1-minute chart, okay? And now this has another 10 seconds. And let's see if the next one I'm 100% sure for me it's going to form, and then that's not going to disappear. Okay, so there you go. There's the one that we were just talking about. Now here's the new one. Okay, so it shouldn't happen. I mean, obviously it shouldn't happen, and if it doesn't happen on a 1 minute, it shouldn't make any difference whether you're on a 1 or a 60-minute or a 15-minute. Okay, well, monitor it. I mean, I'm only going to be around for another 11 minutes or so, but hopefully it's okay now, or hopefully it will remain. So those are the two deaths, obviously. Well, that's not going to feel too sorry for them if they were the ones doing it. Okay, guys. Well, I may wrap up a little early if there are no more questions. William will keep this room open until 3:30, he said. So I may wrap up a little bit early. Again, I'll stick around if there are some questions. Speaking about the airlines, I mean, how crazy was that action? Let's take a look at jets just out of curiosity. I'm sure it's going to look the same. I happen to see UAL and Delta DAL. Yeah, I mean, look at this. Look at this. So, I mean, the big excitement, I guess, was the fact that oil prices were dropping. So, of course, the airliners love that. Big major component of their costs. Then something happened, and they're all looking like this: UAL, DAL, AAL. They're all looking like this. So I don't know what happened up here, guys. Did oil prices explode? Yeah, there's no setting, Ray. I can tell you that there is no setting. That it's just a matter of hopefully it just doesn't happen again. But if it does, say on Monday, if you're in the room and you're telling me it does, we'll have to get try to get maybe development involved in it, or maybe you could give me the link to the chart, a cloud link to the chart. I can load it on my end and see what's happening. That's okay. The oil increased a bit, so that's got to be the reason for this. Got to be the reason for this. So it dropped, then it increased. Okay. All right, guys. I don't see any other questions. So listen, again, market's closed tomorrow. So all my US friends have a great Thanksgiving tomorrow. And we'll see you back on Friday morning. Some of you, I'm sure a lot of you are gonna take that day off also. But if you're gonna be around Friday, the room will be open. I'm not sure exactly when I'm gonna get in, but the room will be open either by Chris or William, maybe by about 7:30 Eastern time or so. Okay. So have a great Thanksgiving. And again, thanks for all the help today. And we'll see you Friday. And YouTubers, if you do want to head over to the main room, people will be there until 3:30. And this is the link. Okay, there's your link to get into the main room if you want to. It'll be open till 3:30. Okay, guys. So YouTubers, I'll say the same for you guys. Have a great Thanksgiving, and we'll see you Friday.